So we have student voice.
Welcome to the April regular board meeting of the New Hanover County Board of Education. We are glad you are here. Before we begin, I'd like to share a few reminders. Please keep the aisles clear during our meeting to allow members of the school system and the Sheriff's Department to move about. Also, except for when honoring our flag, our opening prayer, and participating in the call to audience, please remain seated during our meeting. We hope to have a productive and efficient meeting, and your help is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Good afternoon. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Stephanie Craybill. Melissa Mason.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Here.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Thank you all. At this point, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Walker. Thank you. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0. At this point, we were going to have our presentation of colors, but we would like to, excuse me, I'm jumping ahead again. We would like to invite Pastor Gail Tabor of the Salt Inclusive Methodist Community Church to provide our invocation. Thank you, Pastor, for being here. Please stand.
Let us pray, y'all. Holy One, today as we gather to do the work of providing for the education of all children in New Hanover County, we first pause to remember to be grateful. We give thanks for the absolute joy of living in this beautiful place, for the beauty of creation and our mandate to care for all of God's creation, including each child just as they're made. Guide us as we face times of certain fear, that our choices and our vision will be ever toward all, especially those who are most vulnerable. May the decisions made here never be exclusive or exclusionary. Even when we have difference of opinions, give us a unity of spirit. Help us to listen as others share their point of view. Aid this body to work as a unified team as they lead New Hanover County schools, that no child would feel their wrath or be inflicted with unnecessary pain. Help our community to work as a whole rather than as individuals. May there be a spirit of camaraderie in this room and in our community with the ability to work together for the common good. In our ever-changing world, we pray for these board members and for the various level of official and staff who serve New Hanover County schools, that you would grant them wisdom, a thirst for justice and righteousness, joy for their work, and personal peace. Bless the discussions and the decisions that are made here today, that it would benefit all who work for, attend, and have a child or person with whom they care for in New Hanover County schools. In all the names of the one we call holy, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. At this point, I would invite the Murray Middle School Chorus to perform the national anthem, and they are under the direction of Megan Blackwood, choral director, and Principal Justin Pichetti. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Say, can you see?
at this point, we've asked Mr. McManus to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. I'd like to ask the young folks to come on back, if they would, so we could meet them all from Murray. If we could have the young folks from Murray come on back up. Come on back up.
Come on back.
You guys were awesome. You did great. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So everybody please say your first name and what grade you're in. Okay.
I am Lillian and I'm in 8th grade.
Mia, 8th grade.
Cecilia, 7th grade.
Meadow, 8th grade.
Emily, 7th grade.
Lynn, 8th grade.
Abby, 8th grade.
Jocelyn, 8th grade.
Miles, 7th grade.
Elliot, 7th grade.
Sailor, 7th grade.
Lorenzo, 7th grade.
This is the Murray Middle School 7th and 8th grade auditioned a cappella group, and tomorrow we're going on a field trip to our feeder elementary schools to recruit younger chorus students. So thank you for having us. Okay, William.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job.
Is that going? I'm not sure who's going to be leading our introductions, our April recognitions. Let me see, it'll tell me in just a second. Caress. Caress, if you would come forward. Thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Faust, and members of the Board of Education. It is my pleasure tonight to bring to you our April recognitions for the evening. We will start it off with our State Employees Credit Union Foundation Scholarship winners. State Employees Credit Union Foundation established the People Helping People 4-year scholarship program to help North Carolina public high school students attend college. This scholarship is worth $10,000 payable at $1,250 for up to 8 consecutive semesters. State Employees Credit Union Foundation takes an active role in assisting communities across North Carolina and truly believe in people helping people. Although the State Employees Credit Union Foundation Scholarship Program recognizes academic achievement, the People Helping People Scholarship has a broader purpose, recognizing leadership, integrity, and community involvement. It is my pleasure to recognize and congratulate the following seniors: Gracie Jeter from Ashley High School, Margaret Mead, Hoggart High School, Macy Killian, Isaac Bear Early College High School, Haley Russell, Laney High School, Denia Evans, Wilmington Early College High School, Ella Yo, Hoggart High School, Yoey, apologies, thank you, Ella Yoey. Raina Graham, New Hanover High School. Congratulations again to all of these ladies, and I think this is the first group where everyone attended, so thank you guys for all showing up. Next, we will recognize our first place Science Fair Southeast Region winners. Science has always been a vital component of human progress, and it is through the hard work and dedication of these young scientists that we can glimpse the future possibilities that lie ahead. We applaud the hard work, creativity, and determination of the students who participated in the Southeast Region Science Fair. Your dedication to science is truly inspiring and is a testament to the power of education and the human spirit. These young scientists have shown us that science is not just a subject to be studied in a classroom, but a way of life, a way of thinking, and a way of exploring the world around us. Your hard work and dedication have not only earned you recognition and praise, but also opened up doors to new possibilities and opportunities that will undoubtedly lead even greater accomplishments in the future. Join me in congratulating the following students. Ava Gilbert, Bellamy Elementary. Luke Johnson, Wrightsville Beach Elementary. Glenn Cornegie, Bellamy Elementary. Pierce Richardson, Bellamy Elementary. Isabel Garcia, Isaac Bear, Early College High School. Maximilian Wang, Isaac Bear, Early College. Scott McFarland, Isaac Bear, Early College. Maya Roseborough, Isaac Bear, Early College. Logan Tamadon, Isaac Bear, Early College. Gavin Borden, Isaac Bear, Early College. Sarah Taney, Isaac Bear, Early College. Jonathan Strickland, Isaac Bear, Early College. Maxwell Stalzik, Isaac Bear, Early College. We would also like to recognize Ethan Cox, Sebastian Green, and Joshua Betts of Rolling Rice Middle School. And an additional recognition to Scott McFarland and Maya Roseborough for winning the Wayne Hansen Award for Excellence in Science of Engineering. A recognition of Juliet Johnson from Noble Middle School for being named the Step Into STEM Award for Female Excellence in STEM. And Isabel Garcia, an Outstanding in Creativity Award. Please give these scientists another round of applause. That concludes our recognitions of the evening. Thank you all.
Next, we have Dr. Barnes. We have our administrative and, no, we don't. Okay. All right. We'll move on to our next item of business, approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes? Do we have something else? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Apologies, I forgot one more recognition that we need to do.
Okay.
At this time, we're going to have Miss Reagan Mock come up. As some of you may remember, we had Miss Mock here a couple months ago when she was the finalist. She was the New Hanover County Schools Educator, Special Gifted Educator of the Year. We would like to congratulate and bring her back up here this month because she not only was the finalist for our region, but has been named State Educator of the Year. So congratulations to Reagan Mock on being named our Gifted Specialist Educator of the Year. I would like to encourage everyone to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We have a gorgeous video coming out on Ms. Mock later this month talking about her accomplishment and seeing her interaction with students.
That is awesome. Congratulations once again. That is beyond words. My goodness. We will go back to the approval of the minutes at this point. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Ms. Mason approves.
Second.
Is there a second? Ms. Bradford seconds. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? If not, it passes 7-0. We will continue with student voice. Welcome.
Hi, Ms. Harper and Tanea Toon are almost here, but I'll go ahead and get started. I'm Cassidy Thompson, a junior at high school, at Hoggard High School, and it's so great to speak with all you guys. Thank you so much for having us again. So just to reiterate our purpose, for those who are not familiar, Student Voice seeks to provide structures for students to work and collaborate with equal voice with adult decision makers so there are options and opportunities for students to impact decisions that have a direct impact on them. As the biggest stakeholders in our education, it is important that we are involved in the conversations that affect our education. So last month when we sent our recording video, we had the intention of going to the principals meeting and just sharing about Student Voice and asking them to send out our interest forms so we could gather data to see which students wanted to be in which committees and which of the Student Voice structures outlined in our policy. But we were advised that that wasn't the best place to share it because it's more of a professional development meeting. So after the EDI committee meeting last night, we talked about different ways that we might be able to share with those principals, like a different forum where it would be better for us to really have that good conversation with them. So we went another route during the past month. We met with equity team leaders, Mrs. Abby Nobles and Mr. Brian Jones. One of the ways students learn best is through peer-to-peer interaction. So our Student Voice team will be attending the Student Equity Summit later this month just to interact with those students, and we will have a little booth set up where people can learn more about us and what we're about, and just to see who would be interested in joining next school year. And we would still like some guidance on how we can best get our interest form out to be completely inclusive to every student in New Hanover County. We want to make sure that Student Voice is available and just all students from every school know about it and have the opportunity to join. And we've also been communicating and meeting with Mr. Johnson regularly. He's been super helpful and he's been a part of our meetings lately. So while it may appear from an outside perspective like things have been really slow, we have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. We've been spending hours in meetings and sending out so many emails. And there have been some communication barriers, but we've been working really hard, and I believe things are moving forward at a quicker rate so that we can get this ready for the next school year. We want to strive to be effective, efficient, timely with submissions, and move everything with fidelity first so that our vision can come to fruition in a successful way. So these two visuals that you'll see on the screen, if we can go back to the first one, that would be great. It just outlines what we talked about with Ms. Nobles and Mr. Jones about how the equity teams and Student Voice will work together, because the equity teams are written in our policy, and just we really hash out the details of how they're going to collaborate with each other. So you can see here that they're two separate entities. The equity teams are on the school level and they're student-centered, while our student voice, specifically the student engagement team, which is in our policy part D, part 4, yeah. And that is more student-led. So we will be collaborating with each other, and we'll have hopefully 1 to 2 student representatives from each school's equity teams come to our student engagement team meetings so that we can just learn about what they're doing and collaborate with each other. So they're separate entities, but they will work together really closely in collaboration. So that student engagement team will be, it'll be students in the equity teams, any student who wants to join. We're working on an application process for that, and also can be composed of students from committees and students in the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee as outlined in our policy. So yeah, we just wanted to present that with you, just to bring some more clarity on all the things we've been working on. And yeah, we look forward to continuing this process of implementation. Thank you guys so much for your support. And do you have any questions?
Thank you. Ms. Walker?
Thank you so much for that update. I was at the EDI meeting, and we did have discussions about how you could reach the principals better, perhaps maybe at a next principal meeting or at the very beginning. I'm looking at our superintendent. He's probably not thinking about that. Sorry, it's okay. No, I think the barrier, because they wanted to get in front of principals, and I think it was the wrong time for that. Is there any way we could maybe come up with a time that would be better for them to get in front of principals?
There were a couple things. So some of the same students are with us in superintendent advisory. And what we were talking about in the advisory is that planning a meeting with their principal individually. So they're students from all of the schools that are represented. There's supposed to be 5 students from each, first starting there. So you have the one-on-one, because it'll be particular to your school, what you want to do, what you're wanting to do. And then, of course, this is different from the others.
Okay. And another thing, I know in the policy, it talks about how the point of contact is also our communications officer. You said you had an issue with getting the messaging out there. Is there any way you could, perhaps the group could get together with communications on that? I guess Malcolm or Josh.
Yeah, so in our conversations, I am their point of contact, so it will flow through me, and I will also always connect with Josh or whoever is the designee or the intended audience for our students. And as far as getting in front of our principals, we just recognize that, again, the principals meeting for professional development for our principals. However, we're still exploring ways in different forms where our principals gather. To what Cassidy said, they can have that conversation instead of it just be like an announcement. They really want to engage in what this looks like. So right now they're at the phase where they have their implementation, they have their structure, and now when they go before any of our adult accomplices, they will be able to share a clear and concise view of what student voices is now that they are in the process of, really locking this down and planning their programming for next year.
Okay. I guess the last thing, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, was the committee applications. As you guys talked about how, you're trying to put that with your interest forms about maybe what committees. I think we still have as a board need to work on the applications. And I don't know if that's to go through policy, but we should probably work on that sooner rather than later. That way we can give you guys an application to submit as well.
That'd be great. That'd be amazing.
Mr. McManus?
I'd like for you, Dr. Faust, please to reconsider. I think that the principals are key to the information that they've worked so hard to share. If they meet individually, I think it's going to be less accepted because that puts the onus on the students to make it work. If they have 10 minutes at the principals meeting, as hard as they've worked and how important this is to our community, I think, hope you reconsider and let them. I know the principal meetings are sacred, but this is equally as good, and I just think we need to support this group.
So I agree with what you're saying. What I was recommending to them is, so at their own schools, they have more, the culture may be different from one school to the next. Those students who are in the students' voices at that school, having the opportunity to speak and share specifics with the principal, in addition to meeting with the school improvement team. because as a principal, that's where all the decisions are technically made at your school improvement team. At the principal's meeting, you would have to then take the kids out of school. They would miss class. They would come over here for maybe about, even though they're getting 10 minutes, but it's going to be more like 2 to 3 hours because you've got to wait for the bus, get here, then get them back and drop them off. So just protecting instructional time was what I was trying versus they're already at the school with their principal and they could go into the room. They can definitely come.
We're only talking about a small group, we're not talking about every.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have done that at our own schools. Like, Salman and I have had a lot of conversations with our assistant principal at our school, so our principal is aware of it, but at this point, our student voice group, as it is right now, is really small, so it's not at all the schools. So I think we definitely will continue to do that, and that's a great suggestion, but I think it also would be great that we can have that space where we can speak to all the principals at all the schools that we aren't involved with yet.
And I think transportation wouldn't necessarily be an issue in a sense because some of us do have our license, some of us do have cars. So we.
No, if it's a school trip. If it's a field trip, you have to get on the bus.
Yeah.
If it's a field trip, exactly.
We have to put them on the bus.
Yeah.
What about a compromise and maybe, because it would be, I understand Dr. Faust's point that, it takes a half hour to get here, say it takes a half hour to get here, and then you speak for 10 minutes, and then at least a half hour to get back. What about the idea of zooming in?
I think that would also be a great option if in-person isn't working.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I have one that's good. Yeah. So. Yes, I'm sorry.
I have a question. I have a clarifying question because you mentioned the superintendent's council, and from my understanding of that for the students, it's counselors and principals pick students from mainly high school, and so that's one of the differences that I noticed with Student Voice that includes middle school. But can you clarify what exactly the difference is? Because it seems like there has been something in line and process to get an ear on the decision maker of the district, and so I'd like to know how this really differs from what our superintendent is already doing with our students in our schools.
Yeah, so our policy includes the structures that were already existing, the equity teams and the superintendent student advisory team committee, because we love what they're doing already and we want that to stay. So we included those, as well as the new thing we added in our policy was that students can be on committees, which I think will be really, really important and cool because they'll be able to be involved in those conversations where the decisions are being made. And what's already happening with Dr. Faust's student advisory committee is amazing, and we want to keep that how it is. And then the other part that we added in our policy was the student engagement team, which is what our group essentially is, where we get to come, we get to report directly to the board. We have this standing spot at the meetings where we get to talk about whatever issues come up at the time. So that's the difference, is they'll be speaking directly to you all and being that point of contact. Yeah.
And Student Voice is also student-led. It's not, necessarily run by an adult. We do have our, allies and our adults that guide us and help us with anything need be. But, the policy, whatever is writing, any visuals, anything like that, is mostly made and led by students.
Ms. Craybill?
Yeah. Hey girls, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Tanaya, first of all, I did want to let you know that in our SHAC meeting that we just had yesterday on Monday, we were trying to figure out how best to get our students involved. And those meetings we're going to rotate to the individual high schools this coming up year so that wellness champs can participate and so that also students can participate. So that is the school health advisory, and you can follow that like on policy 6140. And so be thinking about that, because that is one way that, one committee is actively trying to make sure that you guys are in school, doing your job, attending class, but also doing some of the extracurricular stuff, to help advise, because the school health advisory team, it has a very important student component. So, and Tanaya, would you take just a minute to describe what you were doing in your language arts program, the student feedback form that I can't remember what it was called, the day that I was there, and just to let the board know, because that, to me, is a very important student input opportunity.
Yeah, of course. So basically in our English classes I've done it in my math class as well for any, EOCs or any benchmarks coming up. We made a folder basically for like goal setting to basically say where we want to be or what do we want to achieve or what do we want to improve in before those EOCs or before those tests come about so that we feel prepared. And so we just decorated it, wrote quotes that, felt empowering or just felt us feel, good or some that we liked. And then we had academic goals, and personal goals as well. And we looked back at some of our, history of some of our benchmarks and tests to see, places that we need to improve, places that we did well in, and just, again, just set goals to basically, know where we are and where we want to be later in the quarter.
Thank you, and I thought that was important because that's something that other schools might want to replicate that you're doing at Laney, but that is a way to get input from students on when you look at everybody's goals, what are some of our common goals? Automatically you've got some goals, and where do we need more help? Where are we succeeding? So I thought that was really cool, and I enjoyed watching your class and listening to some of your goals.
I just wanted to add really quick. I know a lot of people haven't, we have a lot of new members, and we do appreciate you guys giving us the time to speak today and listening to the students. They've really been working hard in writing this policy. One of the things I just really want to touch base on is just to remind everybody that student voice is not a policy that was written so that students can get together and complain about issues that they have in their schools. They're really here to talk about the changes that they would like to see for themselves and hopefully working with those stakeholders to make sure that the two of them, you guys and them, can sit at the table and come up with something that works for you and that also works for them. Yesterday in our EDI meeting, we had a conversation, and one of the things that was brought up was the teacher turnaround, like how a lot of teachers are just leaving this profession. As teachers, we have a job to teach our students, like, hey, you can go into this field, this is an area you can go into, but we don't take the time to even teach students or encourage them to be teachers, right? But some of our students are really concerned about building a relationship, restoring relationships from students to teachers, and it's best given from a student instead of it being given from an adult. So they have really great ideas. They have like a lot of things that they would like to do and bring forth. They just really, really need some support and guidance on getting the interest form out, getting students to be able to join and be a part so that we can move forward. So when August comes and open house is here, we've got flyers, we've got people, we've got students who want to join so we can start this kickoff and just get the ball rolling to just try to improve in some areas where they feel like it's a little short and they just want to contribute. So I just wanted to add that, and thank you for your time and everything that you do. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you. Now that we've heard from our students, we will hear from our superintendent.
Good afternoon. First, I want to start with, of course, the Superintendent's Advisory Council. Last month, towards the middle end of March, we did college tours. So our first tour was at UNCW, and the students were able to look at classes. They were on campus while students were there. They got to see the day-to-day life of a college student. They ate in one of the cafeterias, and just got to get that feel, because that was one of the things that we had talked about. What's life after the K-12? And so that's what we wanted to share with them. And we will plan some more events, field trips for them to experience. Budget. So budget is one of the hot topics, and typically this is the love fest for our CFO and myself and everyone that's sitting over there, because we are a team. So one of the things I wanted us to clearly understand is that when allocating funds, our focus has always been on addressing the most pressing needs while ensuring that we live within our means. ESSER funds 1, 2, and 3 has allowed us to supplement. That's all, supplement. our resources in a responsible manner, but now those funds are expiring. So ESSER funds, ESSER 1 is already gone. ESSER 2 will leave in September, and then we will be working on ESSER 3. Those are considered grants. And with each grant, we had to determine or say what we were going to spend or how we were going to use that funding. And so that had to be submitted to the state. The state approved it, and then they allocated the funds to us. Can't go and do something opposite of what you said you were going to do, because that would be not truthful. The other part of that is that it's important to remember that, of course, that it's temporary funding. You can't, a grant is only for the time period that it is given. That's it. You get to operate within it. Those of you who know that back in 2020, we didn't realize we were going to be getting these dollars, so we didn't include those in our budget. So we did know that we had 3 years of each time that ESSER dollar came. We didn't anticipate this level of funding, so we must prioritize using it wisely and avoid overextending our resources. And I'll say this again, each fund had a particular use as it was written into the grant. So our enrollment trends, from 2016 to 2020, our student population remained consistent with approximately 26,000 students, excluding pre-K. However, we observed large graduating high school students, and we aren't replacing, or those students that are coming into kindergarten aren't the same number as those students who are going out. So in order to keep that number, so you have to have whatever's going out, you have to have coming in. Those kindergartner classes are smaller than the ones that are graduating. So where are those students going? Some are graduating. The biggest part, they're graduating, and our kindergarten classes are smaller. Sometimes anywhere from 300 to 500 students, smaller. And then here and there are some that are leaving us. Kindergarten, of course, we have to have kindergartners to keep the boat moving, and those are the implications for the fund. So we get from our local funds $3,334. That's what local funds give us. So if we once had 26,000 kids and they were giving us, at that point, it was $2,800. They increased it. However, if you are doing the math or you're a mathematician, the number of students that we had at 28 then shifted because it was at one point 25, 83, and then you had 34, so that number did not account for those students who left us. So in response to change in funding, we've adjusted our approach to resource allocations, much like moving from a Rolls Royce to a Cadillac. So we still have the opportunity to give above and beyond. We just can't give the Rolls Royce impact because we don't have the funds for Rolls Royce impact. We've adapted these new circumstances while maintaining the quality of education of our students. And again, remember that from 2019 to 2020, we were at $2,800 per student from our county commissioners. And then in 2020, they gave us more. Up until now, they're continuing to give us $34. So of course, we always have to show the gratitude to our county commissioners. So over the past 2 years, our county commissioners have been generously increasing funds, demonstrating their commitment to the success of our students and our staff. That has not stopped at all. What we have to also consider is when our student population changes, meaning the amount of students, we have to do something differently. We don't have the same amount of students, so we can't have the same amount of humans in the building. So over the past 3 months, our chief of HR and chief of finance sits down and they find out how many individuals do we have to make sure that our budget will balance. What can we afford? And then once we figure that out, taking out our ESSER. So last year around this time, we had multiple meetings where we stated that there were about 1,800 odd jobs that we had to decrease because they were purchased more so with ESSER, including social workers because we didn't have those, counselors, some of our teachers at our curriculum coaches who were at our middle schools, at our high schools, our coaches. Those were all additional positions that were given to us through ESSER. So we have to downsize. We have to go back to what we were living with prior to ESSER. Not fun, but we have to live in reality. And so what we did is, after having our allotment conversations with our principals, our HR individuals personally went out and met with our teachers one-on-one to say, that position will not be available. However, if your license are here, here are the other positions that we'll be putting you in. So just as we had stated before, most of our teachers or positions that were created came out of classroom positions. So now what we're having to do is put them back in positions that they were. So it's a give and take. So is it what everyone wanted to do? Probably not. But is it what we have to do? It is what we have to do to be fiscally responsible. Last Wednesday, we had a trip, made a trip to Raleigh, and that was one of the most rewarding trips to go to sit and talk with some of our representatives, our senators, and share some of the ideas that are going on here in New Hanover. We talked specifically about our two low-performing schools. And in our finance meeting, in our meeting before, we had talked about getting tutors. And so we were able to, had support, I was able to get, to make a pitch to one of our representatives of getting tutors for our school so we could do a 3-to-1 and work specifically with math. And so we're waiting to hear, they're in budget season right now. We also had the opportunity to partner with our Chamber of Commerce. And so they also have a leadership development process or academy that they work with our 7th graders. So in speaking with them, we got another opportunity to speak with a representative and ask for funding to fund all 7th grade CTE. So we'll be looking and holding close to see if we can pilot some of those initiatives that are going on at the state level. If we will be the district that, we'll say, the district to watch. And that's what we are looking forward to. We know that we have the people in place to make it happen. And we were in Raleigh from about 9 until 7. And we walked, we talked, we took pictures, we laughed. We laughed some more, we met, we sold our district to talk, and when I say sell the great things that are going on here in the district. And what was unique about that trip is a lot of individuals did not have superintendent and board members go and speak specifically to representatives and senators. So that was a plus for our district. So that concludes my report. It was a little bit longer, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. Appreciate that. Next, we have the board chairman's report. Good evening. I'll try to keep my comments. It's on first. Good evening. I'll try to keep my comments short. First, as I mentioned in the agenda meeting last week, we are deeply saddened by the loss of 2 wonderful people. County Commissioner Deb Hayes, who is seen here, right here in this boardroom just a couple weeks ago, and also DJ McLeod, one of our high school students. So this is a picture of Deb at the Principal of the Day event just a couple weeks ago. I was fortunate enough to be asked to participate in the Principal of the Day and spent time at Alderman Elementary School. And here you see me with the principal from there, Principal Stein-Hilber, and I got to see her in action. She was working very, very hard, and it was a very, very good day. The Wilmington Chamber of Commerce event matched business leaders and some Board of Education members, as well as at least one county commissioner with school leaders. What a fantastic event it was, and what a good day it was. Additionally, several board members joined me as we welcomed Governor Roy Cooper to New Hanover County Schools and to, more specifically, to Winter Park Elementary School. Again, several members of the board joined me as we welcomed Swani K. Voletti as the new chancellor at UNCW this past week. As Dr. Faust mentioned, we are heavily involved in budget and are meeting with our partners on the Board of County Commissioners to work together to support our students and staff. Additionally, we're meeting with legislators, as Dr. Faust mentioned, to advocate for our students and teachers in many areas to enable us to receive all the opportunities we can to be the very best school system in the state. It has been my honor to work with our Teacher of the Year committee on the selection process. I will tell you, the only word that comes to mind is wow, what an outstanding group of educators. We are truly very, very lucky, and I know we will have wonderful representation by both the Teacher of the Year and Principal of the Year, and more on that to come soon. And finally, the window for submitting questions to our town hall later this month opened today. So please work through our communications department. We look forward to hosting that meeting later on this month. That ends my report. At this time, we will continue with our call to audience.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. Number one, Katie Gates.
Good evening, Board. Please consider these quotes. Take away a nation's heritage, and they are more easily persuaded. Communism begins where atheism begins. Democracy is the road to socialism. We can thank Karl Marx for these quotes, whose theories are embodied in some school texts, including the book stamp that I've talked about before. But I'm curious, how many students in New Hanover County can recite the preamble of the Constitution or parts of the Declaration of Independence? How many kids or adults know that we are not a democracy in the United States? We are a constitutional republic. A constitutional republic honors the hierarchy of God above the Constitution, above we the people, who are above the government. Did you know that the phrase separation of church and state appears nowhere in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, Declaration, Articles of Confederation, nor in congressional journals or the Constitutional Convention? Wondering who in the room might be aware of these things. Civic illiteracy is bad, and it's not just a recent problem. I'm still catching up myself. We've forgotten where we came from and what made this country great as the most prosperous, freest nation on earth with the most enduring constitutional government known to man. Our children are being weaponized by the system of education to hate God and our nation and are being conditioned to want equity and socialism. This fits right in with Karl Marx's quotes above. Critical theory ideologies disguised in a seemingly just and helpful way actually promote division and erode traditional American values. Excessive social, emotional, and equity-driven programs distract from student education and do overburden teachers. I challenge the board to include in your strategic plan and budget a refocus on our curriculum to include proper civic education, where teachers teach principles of honor and integrity, the value of respect and open-mindedness, the value of healthy debate and critical thinking. Let's not focus our efforts and money on building a more socialistic society, but rather rebuild on the successful template that allows for life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and a limited government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Tiffany Salter. Tiffany.
From a teacher. In the event that a student is locked out, we are trained not to open the door. From a conversation with my 11-year-old. Have you been outside your class during a lockdown? Yes, I was in the bathroom. What did you do? I stood on the toilet and was so still that the sensor light turned off. I was scared but glad because if the shooter came in, he would think no one was in there because it was so dark. According to Washington Post and NPR, there have been 89 gun-related incidents in schools in 2023, nearly one for every day this year. We are in crisis. Our children are being traumatized and murdered inside their schools. Yet today, I stand before you asking you to leave the review of books to those who specialize in that field, the librarians and teachers. The district already has policy in place to address concerns over learning materials, which includes books. Surely you must agree that placing further restrictions alongside the current process is tantamount to government overreach. Taking books out of the classrooms and libraries until they are reviewed by a committee means my child can't access those books. Why are you trying to parent for me? Why am I standing here again asking you to consider the real needs of students, begging you to hear their voices, instead of advocating to protect them from being gunned down in their classrooms or being left to fend for themselves in a dark bathroom? You are wasting our time considering books to ban, spreading misinformation, sowing division, and installing discriminatory policies. And your ideas around budget reconciliation include cuts to critical positions that actually do keep schools safe. In January, children literally stood before you, firm in their voices, asking that you protect them, and you refused to meet their gaze. Nothing was done while the so-called Proud Boys jeered at children. Your inaction was shameful. You took a vow to protect all kids, yet you allowed bullying behavior in a school board meeting. We are in crisis, and you are locking us out.
Okay, I do want to remind everyone that yelling out is not going to be accepted during, let the person talk. Please listen to them, no matter what their opinion is, and then we can clap afterwards if you need to, but we need to listen to people. Thank you.
I want to thank each of you for serving our children. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Evil wants to destroy our children, and we will reap what we sow. We are experiencing this in our nation. Our founding fathers warned if we ever strayed from Christian character and biblical worldview, our nation would eventually collapse. We have authority to shape history. If my people called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, will forgive their sin and heal their land. I pray, may you dwell each day in God's holy presence. May God give you every desire of your heart and carry out your every plan as you go to battle as one for our children. May you speak truth, refusing to insult others with your words, speaking out passionately against evil, protecting our children while commending those who follow after the truth. I declare in Jesus' name that you will never be shaken, that you boast in the Lord who makes you strong and gives you the victory. Amen. And I implore each of you to do what is pleasing in the Lord's sight. Remove books and curriculum containing perverted, sexual, demonic, evil agendas from our schools and protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina?
Order. Please begin.
A small but vocal group has been throwing the term pornography around and are insisting there is pornography in the schools. The definition of pornography is a description or visual intended to stimulate erotic feelings rather than aesthetic or emotional feelings. The rationale for using this word has come from reading sentences or short passages out of context from books they admit they've never read. Had they actually read the books they proclaim to be concerned about, they'd realize that the descriptions were a small part of a much bigger story and that the message was not to create erotic feelings, but to create emotions. Yes, sometimes serious events are depicted, but if someone is sexually aroused by a description of a rape, then they have bigger issues they need to deal with. Pender County listened to these individuals and pulled many books from the shelves for review. Almost all were returned as each school's committee decided they didn't meet the criteria for removal. The individuals who created this issue have no intention of reading these books, and in fact, they have stated they will continue referring books for review, and it will fall on the teachers to read and decide if the books are appropriate. Essentially, they want to use the already overworked teachers as servants. And now in New Hanover County, we're going to make a committee of mostly parents and a board member? That seems even worse. Since the majority of the board is directed by special interest groups in violation of their oath of office, how can county residents be certain the people on the committee will be chosen fairly? If I applied, would I have the same chance as everyone else to be picked, or would my name conveniently never come up? As a retired English teacher, I can count on one hand the number of times a parent had an issue with a book and still have fingers left over. Both times I told the parent the child could take the book back to the library and get another one. It's that easy. There's a lot of talk about parental rights in schools right now. Well, a parent can most definitely guide what books their own child is exposed to. However, the parent cannot dictate what is right for all of their students. Book banners have never been on the right side of history. Never.
Denise?
Good evening. The Surgeon General of the National Institute of Mental Health, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and the Children's Hospital Association have declared a youth mental health crisis. Our disabled students, Black, Brown, LGBTQ+ students, suffer mental health issues at disproportionately higher rates, especially youth suicide. Research data shows all our children are affected. New Hanover County has a reported student-to-school counselor ratio of 333 to 1, which is well above the recommended ratio of one counselor for every 250 students. We need more counselors, not less. Our students are suffering. Cutting counselors across the county will do irreparable harm. Equally alarming, interventionist positions are being eliminated at all middle and high schools. Interventionists provide small group instruction to some of our most vulnerable students at risk academically and behaviorally. Behaviors will escalate without needed support. Eliminating counselors and interventionists will escalate the mental health crisis in our schools. New Hanover County Special Education PTA is calling upon the school board and administration not to cut mental health staff. Counselors submit a monthly report documenting the number of students they see and the number of students who go through suicide and homicide protocols. The numbers are increasing. New Hanover County has the data, and yet cuts are being made across the district. The cost will be far greater than it would be to maintain staff positions. Our children are begging for help. Education staff are burning out and resigning. Cuts are being made. The system is failing our students. There is much more. School board members, please seek information and act for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Earl Glover. Earl Glover.
From the 17th to the 19th century, the Bible was the primary textbook in America. The Bible taught arithmetic, reading, history, science, and other subjects. But more importantly, it taught our children morality. Benjamin Rush, who is considered one of three most influential founding fathers, stated, "The Bible, when not read in schools, is seldom read in any subsequent period of life. The Bible should be read in our schools in preference to all other books because it contains the greatest portion of that kind of knowledge which is calculated to produce private and public happiness." So what's changed starting in the 20th century? God didn't. The Bible says that he's the same yesterday, today, and forever. So what changed? Culture did. Courts started to slowly but systematically remove the Bible from the classroom. As a result, we are living in a world where there's mass school shootings, rebellion to parents and authority. This is because God has been removed from every aspect of life. How is this happening? It's the books they are reading. They have replaced the Bible with books such as George, which teaches kids about homosexuality. According to the Holy Bible, this is an abomination to the Lord. Amen. This is the same as condoning the behavior for kids to partake in. Isaiah 54:13 says, "And all thy children shall be taught of the Lord, and great shall be the peace of thy children." You wonder why our children are behaving the way they are? They have no peace. If the Lord is not involved in our children's education, they will not have any peace. These books that have replaced the Bible will never bring them peace. It will and is bringing them violence,
Thank you, Mr. Glover.
rebellion to authority.
First off, I apologize for how I look. It was either come straight from work or just miss. I apologize. I listened to the agenda review and was confused by what I heard. Ms. Crable made the statement that the community should be funneling requests and ideas through the staff and not our school board members. I tried contacting staff that was overseeing the Life Act subject. I was called back by an assistant and told that the board would be updated, aka I was not getting a call back to discuss anti-choking device options. By the way, the Health and Human Services Director nor the Leadership Council there had been contacted for an official opinion on anti-choking devices. The director offered to Zoom call in to set the record straight since a casual email was misinterpreted and twisted by people like Ms. Crable. Tried another time to reach out to staff member about an idea for changing a different policy and received no response back. On a call to audience page, it states that any question about call to audience, please contact Crystal Bowie. This is my email I sent in its entirety. Hey, Miss Bowie, do you mind letting me know who gave the instruction to add the call to audience signed up as to speak? You know what? I'm going to skip to it. Long story short, months later, after I was sifting through thousands of emails and public records requests, I came across where Ms. Crable forwarded my email to Dr. Faust and asked if it was harassment of personnel, just to ask who changed the call to audience page. He responded yes, that was harassment. I was shocked. I was following the written directions from the district, and now, if anything ever happens, the administration can state that there has been a history of harassment based on just that simple email. So which is it? Are we supposed to work with staff or not? This harassing email highlights where there needs to be board oversight over the most important of subjects, like whether a teacher should be turned over to the state for investigations if there is allegations of inappropriate relations with the student. While Dr. Faust may have felt my email was harassing, I felt like the board would have weighed the facts and disagreed with his assessment. I feel the board would have disagreed with Dr. Faust's decision to not report certain former teachers to the state as well. We the people need our elected officials to provide oversight, transparency, and accountability into this system. It starts with closing loopholes in policy. Dr. Faust said we send all cases that could potentially end in revocation or suspension of license.
Your time is up.
Y'all have a good night. Thank you.
Diane Zawicki? Is Diane here? Diane Zawicki going twice? Okay. Rachel Dahl?
My name is Rachel Dole. I'm a mom of students in the district and a local pastor. I come to ask that you let the librarians and educators you've hired do their job in choosing books for our school classrooms and libraries. Children's author Judy Blume said, quote, "I believe that censorship grows out of fear, and because fear is contagious, some parents are easily swayed. Book banning satisfies their need to feel in control of their children's lives. This fear is often disguised as moral outrage. They want to believe that if their children don't read about it, their children won't know about it, and if they don't know about it, it won't happen," end quote. I believe that books are not being banned because they're hurting our children. Books are being banned because they are a powerful tool to teach critical thinking and empathy, and children learning to think for themselves, children learning empathy and resistance will grow into young people and adults that think critically and act from a place of empathy and truth rather than a place of fear. Reading, especially a variety of genres and authors, broadens understanding and enriches knowledge far beyond what a person can be exposed to in their own life experiences. Reading allows us to understand the complexities and results of our own history, as well as the possibilities for our collective future. Writer and director Stephen Chbosky said, quote, "Banning books gives us silence when we need speech. It closes our ears when we need to listen. It makes us blind when we need sight," end quote. I ask that you let professional librarians and educators do the job that you hired them for, that they were trained for, and let children learn critical thinking skills and empathy as they read a variety of books and authors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stoll. Gail Majors. Gail Majors. Gail Majors.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the understanding that you're going to be discussing the book committee, so I appreciate that. As if some people don't know, the grievance was delivered to the board and various people in the school systems in December, so we're thankful that you got that going, and we expect you to look at this grievance thoroughly in its context of the federal, state law, and the Constitution. That's what it's based on. And as a teacher myself, having trained in literacy, this was taken very seriously with our teams. So it's been 2 years. It's documented 1,000 pages, as you all know. So it's very clear. The only thing I want to make, ask of you, one of the things is we're finding lost books. They still need to be researched. They're in the grievance, so they were there. If they're not there now, you still need to look at them. That's part of the grievance. 73 books, and they have different categories. They're not just obscene, they're mental anguish, there's incest, and it goes on and on. There's probably 12 categories. We are currently at legislation clarifying that because the reading level has changed also. We have interest level. So what third grader who might be reading at the 8th grade level, what kind of book might he get? So the age is extremely important. We also have children that are black, that are being shown as they are molesters. We have gays in these books, that they're shown as molesters. So do not tell me that I have a prejudice. I have been around all kinds of people, and I make it my point to understand and love everyone. Understand the word love. You're bringing hate to them and fear.
George, the last 6.
Good evening. My name is George Velasquez. I am Vice President of the New Hanover County NAACP and a retired school teacher. Our schoolhouse is on fire. I say this quietly because the Supreme Court ruled that it's a crime to yell fire in a crowded room. But there is no doubt in my mind and in the mind of an awful lot of people that our house is on fire. And from what I can see, the real crime is that some people have been throwing gasoline on that fire. Since the 1980s, educators' salaries compared with those with similar credentials have tanked. On top of that, responsibilities have increased and continue to do so, particularly as a result of the pandemic with its effect on both academic achievement and social-emotional learning. So what has been the response of the county school? Cuts in staff, larger classes, fewer services for the students who need them most. And while this is happening, the Board of Education debates overturning policies that gave some marginalized students a little bit of respect and establishing committees to ban books. Is Nero fiddling while Rome burns? If you truly value public education, the public education system, you'd be attending county commission meetings to demand funding to provide a sound, basic education for all of our students. You'd be organizing trips to Raleigh to demand that the legislature immediately fund increases in the pay for school staff. And you could bring some students along with you for a real lesson in what democracy looks like. There are a lot of nice people today who have been very respectful. I'm tired of being nice. I'm ready to yell fire.
Thank you, Mr. Velasquez.
Before it's too late.
Thank you. Your time is up. Susie McCarthy.
Hi, I'm Susie McCullough. When children go to school, there is an expectation from parents and also an obligation from the school to provide a safe environment. Sexually explicit and obscene books have no place in our school libraries where children can have easy access and can be swayed by dangerous and immoral content. Parents shouldn't have to be worried about what pornographic material their kids are being exposed to at school. Please keep this stuff out of the school libraries. Critical race theory, or CRT, is based on Marxist and leftist ideology that seeks to present a false narrative of a modern-day racist America, including splitting races into groups. We are all Americans, and this country fought to end segregation of any kind long ago. No one should be made to feel bad about the color of their skin. CRT indoctrination has set this country back many years. CRT is destructive and rejects the fundamental ideas on which our constitutional republic is based. CRT is divisive and has no place in any school. Parents rightly fear their children are being groomed in the classroom. Amen. The children need to be protected from this gender hysteria. As a parent and a grandparent, I wouldn't want my children indoctrinated in an ideology that goes against our Christian religious beliefs. The New York Post article from April 2022 entitled, "Science Shows Transgender Education Doesn't Belong in the Classroom," agrees with me. It reads, "There is no reason to incorporate gender dysphoria into school curriculum, inviting children to choose their pronouns and confusing 99% of those who don't have the condition. Let's stop the grooming and sexual exploitation of our children." Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCullough. Barbara Garrett.
Just a quick reminder to everyone, I do know this is a very passionate subject for a lot of folks, but we do need to listen to the speaker, give them the diligence and the respect to listen to them without yelling out in either case. So please, everyone remain silent while that person is talking. Thank you very much.
Barbara Garrow.
Thank you all for allowing us all to speak tonight. In comparing your 2023 school budget priorities with the academic performance strategies that are part of your strategic plan and the proposed budget eliminations, here are some observations. While academic performance is the top 2023 school budget priority and strategies that support your plan for academic performance, the elimination of 52 positions, I understand it's the federal grant, in your proposed budget will affect those students least likely to have educational success. For example, the reduction of 10 social workers, a speech therapist, 3 curriculum coaches, 4 social emotional learning coaches, an occupational therapist and an assistant, a psychologist, and 11 guidance counselors will make your academic performance goals very hard to reach. These positions help keep students in school in a learning environment where they can thrive, where they can learn behavior strategies that keep them out of trouble and provide support to these students when needed. There is a disconnect between your performance strategies, strategic plan, and budget priorities. I ask you to rethink your budget and keep these staff in school to keep your system functional. The very students this budget reduction will affect the most are the ones least likely able to reach out and pay for private services. Keep these children learning and being productive citizens by finding a way to fund these 52 positions. It's $4,543,480. That can be found somewhere in the wealthy community of New Hanover County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett. John McCullough.
Good evening. My name is John McCullough. Something a little different. Our nation is grieving over another school shooting. Sadly, schools have become targets for people with mental health issues looking for attention. I ask that the New Hanover County School Board be seeking any and all viable options to protect our children and staff from any similar situation before it happens here. The Tennessee governor is now allocating funds for armed protection in the schools in Tennessee. I'm sure he wishes he had done that a year before, after this country witnessed the previous school shooting. Let that not be us in the future. I would ask that you give consideration for anything that could increase school protection in the future, from police protection in each school, armed guard services, hardening entry points, allowing properly trained teachers to carry, if so desired. Funding this could come from unused COVID funds, redirecting existing funds, new taxes. It doesn't matter. They're all better alternatives than dead school children. Please be open-minded in working with each other on the board, other school districts, law enforcement, state legislators to do whatever it takes to keep our schools safe and that we can look back and never have this problem in the future. These are appropriate uses of our tax dollars. What we should not be using our tax dollars on is sexually explicit and pornographic materials in the schools. Grooming material for gender fluidity in the school. Teaching our children about divisive and distorted CRT. It's not helpful, it's not healthy if we're striving for unity. Parents need to be the ones deciding if their children are going to be exposed to these things, not the schools. We're not talking about book banning. There's plenty of that available in public libraries, Amazon. You can find it all over TV.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much for your...
Sir, I'm going to ask you one more time. Hold on one second, please. Hold on one second. Sir, I'm going to ask you one more time. Please stop calling out during the presentations. Thank you. Sir. Okay, enough. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a district parent here, and I'm here to talk about the formation of the Book Review Committee. District Policy 3200 is a thorough policy. It's founded on the principles of the First Amendment, and it's set in accordance with the American Library Association's Bill of Rights. The Library Bill of Rights states that librarians and governing bodies should maintain that parents, and only parents, have the right and the responsibility to restrict the access of their children, and only their children, to library resources. Policy 3210 supports this by clearly outlining how parents can inspect and challenge books. So if our policies are ultimately grounded in the First Amendment rights that we all hold dear, why the new formation of a committee to review books if not to circumvent the current policies? Why don't you call it for what it is? Book challenging in hopes of book banning. I heard the remarks from the agenda committee last week. Some parents, some community members are concerned. Did you let them know about policy 3210 or 3200? Did you try to educate them about this? And if that's not your role, did you refer them to somebody in the district that could help them with that? But instead, you jump directly to circumventing policies that are rooted in the First Amendment rights and parental rights that 4 of you ran your platforms on. I am disappointed, to say the least. So I'm going to turn to my fellow parents out here and the grown-ups and the students that are here tonight and those that are watching and those that don't know what's happening in our community yet. My name's Deanna, and I know that there are plenty of us that feel the same way, and they're tired of this group who do not represent the majority of us having the mic. And access to what your students have the right to read should not be determined by anyone but their grown-up. So I say, please come and join me, and let's show this board that we are not just some community and not just some parents, but we are many, and we will not stand for it.
Chad Whitaker. Chad Whitaker. Okay, Rocky Jeter Webb.
before I start, I just want to say this. This speech is rated CT for critical thought. Compliance sheet may find some elements distressing, logical questions, and critical thinking throughout. As I said in previous meetings, pornographic books don't belong in our schools. So I'd like to recommend some books that would help in our public schools. I emailed the majority of you the Tuttle Twins Children's Book Series. They are books that can teach children about critical thinking, economics, inflation, entrepreneurship, the law, freedom, rights, and a variety of other things. The books have sold over 4 million copies here in the USA alone. I also like to recommend some other books. I'd like to recommend this book. This is the King James Holy Bible. I'd like to recommend this book, Young, Conservative, and Why It's Smart to Be Like Us by Young America. I'd like to recommend Why Do We Need Government in the First Place? What Every American Needs to Know by Dr. Christine McMaster's. I'd like to recommend this, The Constitution. I'd like to recommend this, the Declaration of Independence. And I'd like to recommend this, The Constitution of the State of North Carolina. These books can open children's minds and teach them a variety of things. The thought that that free speech, or something that may open children's minds to critically think for themselves and for the better, to help change our future. As we say, children are our future, so let's encourage them and let's help them along the way. May God protect our children and bring us to a better place. Stop the nonsense and bring back common sense. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter-Webb. Natasha, too.
Good evening, board members. I'm here tonight to publicly support the formation of a district-wide book review committee. I urge board members to follow the grievance letters submitted to you on my behalf as a Hanover County parent regarding the 73 books with a combination of 362 copies in 29 of our schools that have obscene material, pornographic material, and not age-appropriate material. A century of Supreme Court jurisprudence supports the notion that parents enjoy the fundamental constitutional right to direct the upbringing, health, and education of their children. In fact, in 2000, the court called it perhaps the oldest of the fundamental liberty interests recognized. Pesky fundamentals such as reading and writing and arithmetic are being submerged under a tsunami of cultural Marxism as the effects of inappropriate material, pornography, and COVID shutdowns have negatively impacted the mental health of our youth. Review of statistics show our children have increased sense of hopelessness and persistent feelings of sadness that has increased 40% between 2009 and 2019. I can't imagine how that has increased in just the past 3 years. We all know that suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages 15 to 24. Contrary to what some here may believe, I am not here to ban books. I'm not here to advocate for banning books. Instead, I'm encouraging you to offer books that promote good stewardship of the environment, that promote humane treatment of animals and of other humans, highlight thrift, and expound on the dangers of substance abuse. Instead of offering books that promote divisiveness, violence, and victimhood. Or maybe books that reflect the true history of our great country and the brave men and women who helped create it, who, although imperfect themselves, strived and dedicated their lives to create a more perfect country where individual freedoms and liberties were protected from tyrannical government overreach. Thank you.
Patricia Cooley.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for considering the books and the book grievance. Common sense, we don't always use that. Sometimes we're just given our orders and we go marching. We all have somebody to answer to. We have each other to answer to in this room. We are not banning books. We are trying to give the best education possible to our students. We are trying to keep them healthy, whole, and productive. One child may react to one book one way, another child may act another way to another book. So we have to keep that in balance. So if we could get together and sit at a table and love each other as neighbors, we would do much better than sitting here holding signs against each other and speaking out. and being upset. Today, my biggest point to you is we're under attack. Our education's under attack. And I don't think anybody really truly gets that. That we're divided. We have different ideas. The money flow. The money flow is so important. It comes from foundations, partnerships, the community. That's who controls you. And that's who controls us, the money. We don't have a say-so. They put the money up, here comes the education. One good example of that would be the STEM program. The STEM program is an excellent program. I said, what's wrong with it? Well, you know what it's wrong with it? It's funded by the DPI, suggested by many foundations, and that money traces to New World Organization plans. It doesn't tell you tomorrow or next month. What it tells you is 10 years from now, your child will not be able to get a driver's license. Guess why? Because he didn't meet the standards of the world globe. That's what we are doing to our children, because you need to get into the DPI and you need to dig, because your answers are right there. We just don't go deep far enough, but we stand in this room and we fight each other.
Your time is up.
That needs to end. We need to come together.
Thank you.
Peter Radowich.
Order, please.
Remember when it was announced at the February board meeting that each division within our school system would have to cut its budget by 10%? When it comes to the impact on children's lives, those 10% cuts are a false narrative. Consider school counselors. We have about 80 counselors district-wide. Tonight, you'll hear a recommendation to cut 15 counselor positions. That's about an 18% reduction in the number of our school counselors. Then take a look at the proposed local allotment formula changes. Our middle schools currently have 3 counselors. The recommendation will be to reduce that to 2 counselors per school. That's a 33% reduction of counseling services to our middle school students, and those middle years can be tough. And College Park, Forest Hills, Freeman, Sunset, and Wrightsboro Elementary Schools currently have 2 counselors per building. The recommendation will be to reduce that to only 1 counselor, or a 50% reduction in counseling services. The North Carolina Child Fatality Task Force reported 2 months ago that the 2021 suicide rate among 10 to 17-year-olds was the highest rate in 2 decades. A counselor here in one of our schools reported that they have completed 45 suicide protocols in this school year alone. We need school counselors more than ever. Keep them to keep our kids safe.
Thank you, Mr. Radowitz. Bailey Breen. Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. Did you know we have about 50 social workers out of school? The Social Workers Association of America says school social workers are trained mental health professionals with a degree in social work who provide services related to persons' social, emotional, and life adjustments to school and society. They help students by providing crisis interventions, assisting with students with conflicts resolution and anger management, and by helping the children develop appropriate social skills. They help families by assisting parents to assess programs that are available to the students with special needs. They help school personnel by assessing students with mental health concerns and by assisting teachers with behavior management, and so much more, including in participating in the IEP meetings, writing reports, and providing students with individual and group counseling. Social workers keep our kids in school, so they are not suspended or put in seclusions. Tonight, you will hear a recommendation of 10 social work positions that represent 20% of our social workers. That might save you a lot of money, but our students' mental health should come first. Our kids are worth it. Thank you.
Jamie Pond.
Good evening, school board. I'm Dr. Jamie Pond. I have a bachelor's degree in English, master's in literature, and a doctorate in sociology. I'm a mother and a teacher. A few months ago, I spoke to you about banning or challenging books, and tonight I will continue that conversation. Let's be honest, challenging or banning books cuts off communication and critical thinking. Books allow us to connect with other people and their experiences. They help us recognize our place in the world and develop empathy with people who are different from us. They also help us feel like we belong. If you want to help prevent mental health issues in our society and in our schools, give a kid a book. If you want to help reduce violence, give a kid a book. If you want to create a society where people can think critically about the world, give a kid a book. Books are wonderful in all they do. Book banning is a slippery slope. If you ban one book based on your perspective, what's next? A few people should not decide what my child should or should not read. That's something I can do and decide as a parent. I could pick a ton of books out that I don't approve of or want my daughter to read. But as a parent, I have a right to have a conversation with my daughter and my daughter's librarian. My parental rights are still intact. If you ban books, you are saying the government knows more about what's right for my kid than I do as their parent. If you want parents to have the freedom and right to make choices, keep books in the libraries and empower students to have conversations with their librarians. We do not need a book review committee, but if there is going to be one, please put me on it. If not me, I can give you names of experts and parents in our community in the field who would be willing to give their expert opinions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pond. Yolanda Hernandez. Yolanda Hernandez.
Good evening. North Carolina grades our schools every year. This past year, 27 of our traditional schools received a grade of A, B, C, or C. However, 13 of our schools received a grade of D or F because they were low performing on the tests. We know that there are students at risk academically at all our schools. Fortunately, we have interventionalists at each of our middle schools and high schools. The interventionist provides small group instruction to students who are at risk or who need additional behavior support. Students need this support. So why is the district recommending that you cut 8 interventionist positions? Interventionists work with students who are at risk of dropping out of school. They work with the students who are likely to be suspended from school. And because our failing schools have a high percentage of economically disadvantaged students, I bet that they work with some of the neediest and most vulnerable students. Tonight, you will be asked to spend approximately $788,000 for new security cameras. I say take half of that money to keep our interventionists. Invest in our schools, not in fancy equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Yolanda.
I was pleased to read that student safety and wellness is still one of your top priorities for 2022-27 strategic plan. And I was pleased to read that one of your strategies is to create supportive school and classroom climates. We know that our teachers and our teacher aides play a critical role in creating supportive schools and classroom climates. We know that our teachers and our teachers' aides are indispensable if we want positive and trusting relationships to thrive inside our schools. That's why I'm very concerned about the proposed cuts to our staff. Tonight, you will hear a recommendation for cutting 30 teaching positions, less teachers, larger classroom size. The data will probably show an average class size increase of 1 student, going from 22 students in 7th grade to 23 students. Don't be misled. Some middle school classes are up to 33 students already. And the average class size in the high school will increase from 28 to 29 students. But some high school classes already have as many as 38 students. Cutting 21 teacher assistants seems problematic as well. They are often the ones who give immediate support to our children. We need our teachers, we need our teachers' aides to maintain the supportive classroom climate that our students need. Keep student safety and wellness as one of your top priorities. Just in the strategic plan, not just in the strategic plan, but in your budget, where it really, really counts.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Eden Avery.
I'm honestly not sure what more I can say to paint the picture of how much of a crisis our students are in right now. We are in a mental health crisis. Our schools are in a resource crisis. I'm a mental health therapist. I work with young children and families, and I see it in my office every single day. Students can't get the support they need for IEP services. Students do not have the support they need in school for mental health services. Teachers are stressed. They don't have the time that they would like to have to spend with their students, to get to know them individually, to be able to support them individually, because they are with limited resources in the classroom. Teachers' aides have been pulled, support professionals have been pulled, and you're looking at more budget cuts to those crucial positions. It's reprehensible. And the board is choosing to spend time on considering books that we know are what educate our children. It's ridiculous. We're concerned about the reading level, reading proficiency of our children, and they are listening to board members debate school books in schools. It's ridiculous. Please stop wasting our children's time. Stop following a political playbook. We know what it is. We know SEL is next, CRT is next. Those things don't exist. I work with school children every day. That's not what is putting them into crisis. Please spend your time to figure out how to support our children, how to support our teachers, how to support our families. Do not follow this right-wing agenda. We know that it's being pushed across the country. Stop it here.
Hello, school board. My name is Audrey Pennies, and I'm a parent to a new Hanover County student. New board members, when running for school board, you put forth your Christian values of love, forgiveness, compassion, humility, faith, hope, integrity, and service. You said, "This is what I believe in," and a set of people voted for you. Congratulations, you're here. But now, your obligation and responsibility on this governing board is to shine those values onto all of New Hanover County, a much larger set of diverse personalities, individual lives, and ideologies. I have heard you may be evaluating books to be banned from New Hanover County schools. The books on this list for consideration center LGBTQ perspectives, women, minorities, or sex, all things I love. If you ban these books, you erase the people and perspectives that my family loves, my brother, my closest friends. All I ask is for tolerance, but there are many Christian teachings that go beyond tolerance, that promote empathy and acceptance of others. Please utilize them like you've never had to before, because your responsibility is to nurture all the students and families, regardless of their beliefs, that you may not personally support. Apply the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do to you. We may have differences, but I wouldn't take away books you want for your kids, and I'm asking you to do the same for me. Apply love your neighbor as yourself. I am your New Hanover County neighbor. As misguided as you may think my lifestyle or our lifestyles are, we are all people who deserve love and respect for our kids to read freely. Apply love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Show us how compassionate and Christian you are by heralding tolerance from behind your podium.
Betsy Seaway. Betsy Seaway. Seaweed. Going twice? Okay, I'm going to have a hard time with this last one. John Amanchuka? Amachukwu. Thank you.
The last name is Amachukwu. It means I know God. Contrary to popular opinion, trans students are not under attack. Christians are under attack. Truth is under attack, and reality is under attack. And we mourn the 6 Christians who were murdered in a rage of hate by a mentally ill woman in Nashville. We're in Wilmington, but most people don't know what happened in 1898 when a group of white liberals came in and overthrew the power structure in Wilmington. 60 blacks were killed. 2,100 were run out of town, including white Republicans. The only black newspaper was burned down, and here we are. The coup is still conspiring, and blacks are still in the swamp as they were hiding out in 1898. Blacks are in the swamp of underperformance while we focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. New Hanover County spends over $13,000 per student, which is $1,000 over the average expenditure in North Carolina. 76% of black students are not proficient in reading by the 3rd grade. 76% of black students are not proficient in math by the 3rd grade. 86% of black students aren't proficient in Math 1. 76% of black students aren't proficient in Math 3. Equity is the focus, but equity is damaging things for everyone. Equity is the transmission of a disease called communism. Equity celebrates and rewards failure and demoralizes those who succeed. Today, we don't need to play the games and the coup of the past. What we need is reading, writing, and arithmetic. Amen. We need education and not indoctrination. I don't despise anyone, but I do hate those who push evil agendas.
Judy Justice. Miss Justice. Miss Justice, come forward.
Can't say we don't have diversity of opinion, can you? Okay.
New Hanover County is in crisis, as many people have pointed out, and at this point, the public does not know the full extent of the problem. The most important people in our schools, besides our students, are the staff. At this point, extraordinary numbers of those staff are still leaving, with approximately 60 leaving in March alone. Now, the district is slated to lay off 124 more staff members next year, 58 of which are teachers and teachers' assistants. On top of that, North Carolina schools are 48th in the nation for per pupil spending. New Hanover County is one of the richest districts in the state, and yet we are struggling to provide our students with the instructional support they need. It would help if the county commissioners increased their per pupil spending for many reasons, such as inflation. Yet I have heard nothing in any of these budget talks of the county raising its per pupil yearly allotment. Instead, the number remains at $3,434, same as last year. Our superintendent and board members need to work with the county commissioners to raise the amount if we are to at least maintain, if not improve, the quality of education for all students. On top of a strong and above-average tax base to draw from, our county is blessed with over $1.5 billion sitting in a bank from the recent hospital sale that was promised to the residents of our county to be used first and foremost for our public schools. But to do so, the county commissioners need a 4 out of 5 vote, a so-called supermajority. To do so, it is time that you, the board, and the people of New Hanover County demand that money is used for the improvement of our public schools as promised. Stop trying to fight cultural wars, by the way, focusing on book banning and focusing what really needs to be focused on, which is our resources. Our children deserve those resources so that they can attend the quality public schools that they deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Dorian from Arlene.
The year is 2023, supposed to be anyway, but the top priority is banning books. You know, a lot of governments around the world, such as China, Bangladesh, and Egypt, have banned books, including Germany, where they started Nazi Germany. And now we want to ban books here. And I say, well, if you're going to do it, go ahead and do it, but go all the way with it. You know, I'm a devout Christian myself. But the Bible has incest, murder, hate, and everything else under the sun. The Bible says that there's nothing new under the sun, so that book has it all. So if you're going to ban books, do it, and go all the way with it. Don't screw around. Christians are supposed to be hot, not lukewarm, hot. If you're going to do it, just do it. I'm not going to speak on the budget because that's said and done. But I will say this, the superintendent said that he had the opportunity to give a pitch to the legislators. And last I checked, the legislator for this area is a Republican. The majority of this board is Republicans. So I'm trying to figure out, why aren't you working with your Republican counterparts to get money we need for our schools to make our children more successful? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You guys know the budget is short. You guys know we need the money. You guys hold the majority of the cards. Do the work. If you don't want to do the work, get out the seat. Piss or get off the pot. As simple as that. I mean, this is no laughing matter. You guys want to ban books. You want to give these folks the control to tell everybody what their child can read. And Audrey, I hate to tell you this, but these are politicians. They can be bought and sold by majority groups in this room. That's what they want to do. My mother passed away February 27th. And I'm going to tell you this, I got a lot of time on my hand. I'm sick and tired of it. And I'm going to be on y'all every single day.
Protection Act of 1922 in Germany. The dirt and trash law, away with trash literature. In 1926, there was a further tightening of the law. It was intended to protect children and young people from dangerous writings. Allegedly immoral or pernicious literature, now designated as trash literature by Nazi Germans. Also, to be banned were the popular staple novels that could be bought cheaply and were therefore often referred to as penny dreadfuls. They cost only one of a few groschen, a coin worth 10 cents. Review boards were set up in Berlin and Munich. Congratulations on trying to set up your Nazi review boards here in New Hanover County schools. What I hear from these groups are exactly what happened in 1926 Germany. Exactly.
Thank you, Ms. Albright. Your time is up. Ms. Albright, your time is up. Angie Kahaney. Angie Kahaney.
Thank you.
Last week, during another chaotic lockdown, the threat came the night before, but was not looked into until transition. The
Order.
following morning, the district
Order.
failed to communicate with parents. They further put staff and students in danger, switching them back and forth, really,
Order.
between schools and traffic, where 2 students have already been seriously injured by a vehicle. I struggle to understand why there's an 8-person communication team, but parents can't receive safety information. Even during this morning's shelter-in-place at both New Hanover and Laney, we received another vague, useless message. It's interesting that in the meeting to discuss budget cuts, there were cuts to social workers and counselors in the midst of a mental health crisis, art and music teachers, EC and support staff. But the large communication team, safe. The top-heavy district, also safe. Contracts that support political favors and propaganda, safe. But these positions that directly impact our students are not safe. There's probably not a lot of things that we all agree with in this room, but I bet you we all can agree that staff and students are not safe in New Hanover County schools. Why you cut the crucial staff members? New Hanover County schools even dismisses community engagement volunteers that are more highly qualified than most of our central office staff and willing to work for free because of the need to control the narrative. We allow teachers to do the job of 5 people at the district and get paid 5 times less than them, and they leave to go elsewhere because we don't value teachers who put students first. Last month, you paraded a costly contract, full-time litigation, and purposely misled the public by insinuating that the victims of sexual assault are responsible for this added cost. The attorney on the dais covered by that contract doesn't even represent the board in those cases. Another attorney that's being paid for by the insurance company and knows our business, according to Ms. McManus, because the victim and their attorney specifically requested that the cases do not negatively impact other innocent students because they care more than you do. The costly contract.
Thank you, Ms. Kahaney. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Time is up.
Ms. Kahaney. Ms. Kahaney, your time is up.
Please step away from the dais.
John Ripley.
Hello, my name is John Ripley. I'm a parent of 2 students here in New Hanover County. One's in middle school, one is in elementary school. They're both members of the AIG program. I'm also a member of the Gifted Advisory Council. And I've been lucky enough this year to travel to 3 schools and observe their AIG programs. And I just I'm here to advocate on behalf of the AIG program here in New Hampshire County. All the schools that we've gone to, all the kids have said how important the program is to them, how being with other smart kids and gifted kids, helps them, see other people reflected in themselves. I have two daughters who are both in the AIG program, and they both love it tremendously, and I just hope that y'all continue to support the gifted students of this county. And that's about all my time. With all this book stuff going on, I just was going to throw my 2 cents in, because this is my first school board meeting. It's pretty lit. I'm pretty impressed with all this weirdness. But there's a German poet who lived about 100 years before the rise of Nazis in Heinrich Heine. And he said, where books are burned, eventually people will be burned too.
Leslie Posey.
Order. Order, sir. Order. Order. Okay. Gentlemen, ladies, please. Go ahead.
There is evil afoot in this country. In fact, trying to control people in this room. It is not the evil that some people think. It is not the evil of allowing children access to books. It is the evil that starts with denying access to books. Tonight's agenda creates a committee to review books. But as you were told last week, that system already exists. That is not the goal. The current push for banning books is created by national organizations, not local parents. The American Academy of Librarians has approved these books. A district attorney, Ben David, has reviewed them and said they are not pornography. So why the sudden push to remove these books that have been in our libraries for years? Power. The desire for power and control are a continual part of history. In Italy, 1497 came the burning of the vanities. The first thing on the flames? Books. The Inquisition prohibited a long list of books that challenged their authority. When the Spanish arrived in the Americas, they banned native people's books. In pre-Civil War South, a black person who learned to read could be executed. The first act of the Bloomington 1898 coup was to burn a black newspaper office. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin didn't have to ban books. The leaders of the USSR did it before him. Hitler didn't start with death camps. He started by burning books. Throughout history, people have felt threatened by other people's ability to read and the availability of books. People are tricking you into believing some books are wrong for kids. You are echoing their words. Have you read the whole book or just the 2 sentences provided you? Dictators and tyrants start their march to power by banning books. There are people now trying to create a dictatorship. Are you helping them?
Thank you, Ms. President. All right. There are 4 people who did not come up. Is Diane Zaricki here? Chad Whitaker? Bailey Breen? Betsy Seaweed? Going once? We're done.
All right. At the board, at this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
How are you? Good. I have a lot of adrenaline pumping, but good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Board members, if I could get you to come back, please. 7:05 on my watch. 7:06, actually.
And we don't need finance.
All right, we will carry on. Again, if we could get order, if you're in the crowd, if you would either make your way to the exit or have a seat, please. Again, either have a seat, please, or if you're heading out, please head on out. Thank you very much. We'll carry on. Our next order of business, that's where we're at, is information. We'll start with the anti-choking device. Ms. Varnum, I think you're helping with this, please. I know I'm really loud.
Yeah, I don't have an opening, just to introduce your speaker here, Heidi, and she'll take it away with the presentation for you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm coming to you from New York. We are actually in Long Island, in Wisconsin, for any of you who are familiar with Long Island. And I'm out here in Suffolk County coming to you from our Hall of Saves. You'll see behind me some pictures and faces of people that have been saved by LifeVac. We like to really look at preventing choking tragedies, which is a big reason why I'm here tonight, just to be able to share with you some information. And I'm going to have you forward these slides for me since I'm not sharing this myself. But our whole mission and our purpose at LifeVac is to prevent choking tragedies. Having talked to far too many families who have lost loved ones, little ones, all the way up to people that are elderly, it could happen to any one of us. And for those of you who have ever experienced a choking incident, I will tell you it is one of the scariest moments of your life. I did have one with my own son. So what I want to do is just forward that slide, and so that you understand a little bit more about what LifeVac is. And this is actually, and I don't like to call it an anti-choking device, it's an airway clearance device. And the rules of thumb is just to be able to give you the ability to breathe again, right? So that you have oxygen going to your brain. So this is a portable, non-invasive airway clearance device, and it's used to resuscitate a choking victim. So if you could forward the slide to the next. And we are made in the USA, very proud of that. You'll see a gentleman here, which is my boss. He's the CEO and the inventor of the product. And we are very passionate about saving lives. Again, this entire room, and I will give you an opportunity at the end to show you, there is over 841 lives that we've saved as of today. This is a patented device that is regulated by the FDA. We really pride ourselves in the fact that we've saved newborns all the way up to a 100-year-old man who had Parkinson's in his wheelchair without ever having to remove him. And our mission is really to eliminate choking tragedies, specifically in schools. And it is another rescue option for people who may be developmentally disabled. And I do know that in the New Hanover County schools, there are children eating in their classrooms, and they may be developmentally disabled. So this is an important point for all of you to think about those students that are highly likely to choke to begin with. Some children who are on the spectrum also do not want to be touched. So that becomes problematic when there ever is a choking incident. If you could actually forward the slide to the next one, because I know that I'm on a very tight timeline here. Choking happens to be one of the fourth leading causes of accidental death in children under 14. And if one child dies every 5 days, that is far too many for anyone, as far as I'm concerned. As a concerned parent, I donated them to my own school district, and I had to do a presentation very much like this to our school board. And all anyone has to know is that choking is the leading cause of accidental death in our school systems. And we've had so many children choke since the beginning of the school year. I did provide Crystal with a list of all of them with links to the website so that you can actually see the news stories. But choking protocol, what we know is the Heimlich maneuver, abdominal thrusts, and back blows will fail 30% of the time. Now, when you're going through your CPR training and your first aid, they're not going to tell you that in the training classes. But I will tell you that the hundreds of lives that you see around me right now in the Hall of Saves, they did follow basic life support, BLS protocol, which is the abdominal thrusts and back blows, and it failed. If they did not have LifeVac, those children and those adults would be dead, unfortunately. So there are certain situations, think about this. Abdominal thrust cannot be used on a pregnant person, a frail person, someone who may be a little larger for you to get your arms around, or someone who's developmentally disabled in a wheelchair. What do you do in those situations when there's a student in a wheelchair? There are no choking posters to show you what to do. So knowing that this is another option which will allow you to prevent any kind of tragedies from ever happening. It's another option, and I emphasize this. I'm CPR certified and trained myself, and I did have a choking incident with my own son. And I will tell you, I followed protocol. I did everything I was told to do. I flipped that child upside down and hit him between the shoulder blades as hard as I could because you know what? It was my own child, so I didn't have to follow protocol. However, no one wants a child to die on your watch. So know that this unit, again, has never failed, and I'm going to repeat this again, ever failed to resuscitate a choking victim. It has been able to dislodge or remove all the airway obstructions. It has interchangeable masks that allow you to resuscitate an adult or a child, for that matter, with interchangeable masks. It's non-invasive, and it can be used on yourself. One of the things I get a question of all the time is when you push down on this unit, there is a one-way valve that vents the air out the side, and it basically simulates what your body would want to do naturally, which is a gag reflex. Any of you have ever had a problem swallowing a pill or swallowing a piece of food, your body wants to expel a foreign object. The gag reflex kicks in, but if you have a full airway obstruction, you cannot do that. So what this unit does is it simulates that coughing mechanism that would normally kick in. It's about 300 millimeter mercury on a lot of scientific evidence that basically states that this will never cause an adverse effect. It's never going to collapse a lung. It's never going to force anything further down into the trachea. What it does is it provides suction instead of force. Now, keep in mind, abdominal thrusts are forceful. Doing it the right way, you can crush ribs and you can puncture lungs. But keep in mind, this has never once had an adverse effect. No one's ever died using this device. If you could forward to the next slide there. The device is affordable and it's effective. As a retail price is $240 for a school kit, which contains 4 separate units. What we recommend is that a school nurse has it in their office. The main office is where everyone runs to in an emergency. The athletic director is also CPR certified and trained. We suggest for those of you who have sports programs to put it into the athletic director's office. But obviously it should go into the cafeteria. So the school kit contains 4 separate units. So strategically on any campus environment, it will give you the ability to reach a victim who is choking in less than 4 minutes. It's paramount that every single minute counts. Between 4 and 6 minutes, that person is going to go unconscious. And when they become unconscious, it becomes very difficult to resuscitate them. In addition to the fact that between 6 and 8 minutes, that person will become developmentally disabled. There'll be no oxygen to the brain. So between 8 and 10 minutes, that person will either suffer cardiac arrest or pass. And these are the things that we're trying to avoid. What I will tell you is that this device never expires. And the only thing that you will ever need to replace is the masks, which may deflate over time. So the idea that when this is used in a choking emergency, it's almost like an insurance policy. We automatically replace that unit for you. All we ask you to do is report the life saved. Now, I will tell you, yesterday I had to save in Midland, North Carolina, a little 4-year-old who choked on a chunk of meat. And the mom was certified and trained in CPR, knew exactly what to do. Nothing was working. If she didn't have the life back, her child would have died. Now, yesterday I sent this presentation to Crystal. In the last 24 hours, we had 7 lives saved by LifeVac. For those of you who are people who may not believe in our product, I will tell you I am a firm believer, not just because I actually work for the company, because I believe that this product has never once failed to ever resuscitate a choking victim. The fact that it's simple and effective and any consumer can use it with very little training is very important, because in a panicking emergency, I will tell you, it's not so easy to remember the steps that you need to take in order to resuscitate someone. We have 6 peer-reviewed studies that were independently reviewed and published in medical journals, and we are now actually really actively looking to have the International Resuscitation Council add us to protocol in 2025. They are conducting studies with all of our clinical reports that we have reported to them, and stay tuned, that will be something happening. So if you decide not to purchase this unit now, it will be something that will most likely be mandated in the future. I will also tell you there are a ton of advocates that are parents who are concerned, not only in your own school district, but in all the other schools throughout the state. And what we're seeing is there's a lot of advocacy going on. In New York State, there's a bill proposed, which is where I reside, because someone had to die before someone did anything. We're trying to prevent that from happening in New Hanover. So keep in mind, there's thousands of school districts who have deployed LifeVac. And why? Because someone died, right? Let's prevent that from ever happening. If you could forward this slide. This is the school kit. Again, 4 separate units going strategically where they need to be placed so that you can prevent a choking tragedy. And the idea that we also do bulk discounts for large school districts, much like yours, that you have to keep in mind that this is for one school kit in one campus location. And I always say one is better than none, right? And making sure that everyone knows exactly how to use it in a choking emergency. It is as simple as following instructions. There's practice instructions and there's emergency instructions, step by step on what to do. We also have a very large poster that can go right next to a wall kit. This is a very similar wall kit that you see in a lot of restaurants, and a lot of school districts actually are using this wall kit, which gives it something that you can put on the wall, grab it and go. Okay, if you could forward well to the next slide. The training is available online. We have trainers all across the country that are certified and trained on how to train on LifeVac if that becomes something that you need to do in-house. We also do provide that online training free of charge. And again, anybody who's ever used this device will tell you it's as simple as placing this mask into the unit, twist and lock, placing it over your nose and mouth, holding it in place, and automatically you can resuscitate yourself. Now, if you've ever had a choking incident, keep that in mind. Otherwise, you're gonna have to throw yourself into the corner of a table to simulate the Heimlich and abdominal thrusts. All the staff members can be trained in less than 5 minutes. And what we do on our website is we give you a certificate that can be automatically sent to the head of the department to let everyone know that that person was trained. I will tell you that the school nurse supply catalog carries this device. Miguel's School Nurse Supply Catalog carries this device, as well as School Health Corporation. Why? Because there's choking incidents in schools all across the country. 4 children have died since the beginning of the school year. It needs to stop. This is another choking rescue device for those developmentally disabled students. And there is a video on our website. It's also in this presentation, but based on the timing that I have, I know I'm very limited. I'm going to leave this with all the board members. I want you to be able to review this at leisure because there is training videos, again, not only on our website, but there's also links throughout this entire presentation to all the information that you need. If you could forward to the next slide. We need you to protect your students. When we as parents send our children out into our school district, we don't expect them to come home dead. Right? And this is important, and I'm being very forthright on this. You know, there are premise liability laws that protect parents because we make sure that our school districts are protecting our students. We never want to have anything happen to them on the premises. So there was a lawsuit in Palm Beach Gardens, and unfortunately this young boy, Kedar Williams, was a 19-year-old autistic student with his aide next to him in the middle of the cafeteria. Everyone witnessed him dying, choking to death on chicken nuggets of all things, right? In front of all of his friends. And that the parents, of course, are never going to have their child back. But that school district was sued for $2 million. I don't think that they can put a price tag on any child's life, but that child will never come home, unfortunately. So we have to encourage all school districts to take this very seriously. I get a lot of questions. What's the liability if someone just does it wrong? I will tell you that you have a far greater liability if you don't have this on your premises. We have all kinds of lawsuits happening at the moment because people now know about this device. We have millions of people that have witnessed some of the videos of lives saved on camera. And now parents are purchasing for their homes. We have EMTs, paramedics, nurses, and doctors purchasing this unit for their own homes, for their spouses, just in case there's an emergency. Why wouldn't our school districts do that? If you could forward to the next slide. Equal First Aid is an organization that was founded by a woman named Toni Labate. Toni Labate was a caregiver of developmentally disabled people who are in wheelchairs, and she herself had so many choking incidents. She did a lot of research and found that having an airway clearance device was peace of mind for a caregiver. Now, she also happens to be a grandmother. So as a grandmother, she cares so much about her grandchildren. And knowing that school districts have not deployed LifeVac, she is now advocating for change. There is bills proposed in Pennsylvania. 2 children had to die before a bill was proposed and is actively being promoted right now in the Department of Education, and the committees are pushing it forward. In Wisconsin, a child had to die before a bill was proposed. In all these different states, again, in New York, in New Jersey, does someone have to die before there's a bill proposed in the state of North Carolina? Let's hope we can prevent that from ever happening. So keep this in mind. All of this legislation is happening because of the power behind one very strong advocate who wants equal first aid for everyone, regardless of their abilities. And I want you, and I encourage you to check out her website. Tony LeBate is doing remarkable work. And why? Because someone had to die before someone did anything. If you could forward that to the next slide. This is a boy that was saved twice by his mother. This is Rhett. He has cerebral palsy. He's severely developmentally disabled, and he has the IQ of about an 8-year-old, and he is one of the sweetest boys. Twice his mother saved him, didn't even have to remove him from his wheelchair. And I will tell you that Tina, she will tell you that her son would not be here today if it wasn't for LifeVac, because in each instance, she did everything that she was taught to do, and she was able to resuscitate her child twice using LifeVac. If you could forward to the next slide. Here's another tragedy that happened. Cameron Brugman was a 9-month-old boy. He was playing with a bouncy ball with his older sister who brought it home from school, and this little boy choked to death on a bouncy ball. And this is a family who's advocating for change. They've donated to local fire departments, police departments, and their school districts. And now Travis Trinnell, the gentleman that you see in this picture, he is one of the legislators who's proposed this legislation in Wisconsin. And this will go through, but unfortunately, a child had to die. Let's prevent that from ever happening in your school district. And again, all of these links go right to videos, but I'm only given 10 minutes, so I wanted to be able to forward on to the next slide here. Let's prevent and end school choking tragedies. An airway clearance device will allow that to happen. The first step in any kind of CPR is to clear the airway. It's the ABCs of CPR. I will tell you that, having witnessed many choking incidents, having had it happen in my own family, I will tell you that you need to have another way to protect your students. Every child deserves a chance to be saved in a choking emergency. And there are laws with the American Disabilities Act so that every school needs to be ADA compliant, right? We make sure that we have wheelchair ramps. We make sure that we have classrooms and bathrooms to be able to support our developmentally disabled children in our school districts. Why would we not have an airway clearance device to be able to help those children? And I will tell you that I know how much I care about my children, and I know you all care about yours. So I want to be able to prevent any kind of choking tragedies from ever happening in New Hanover County. So with that being said, if you could forward that on to the next slide, which I think is let's all save a life, right? We have, again, 841 lives that have been recorded, that have been saved by the LifeVac when everything else fails. Your school district, I'm sure, has an AED. They have a fire extinguisher. And I will tell you, you're far, far, far more likely to have a choking incident in a school than you are to have a fire or someone suffering a heart attack. Why wouldn't you have this right next to all your other safety measures? Why wouldn't you have a LifeVac right there with it? Let's save lives in New Hanover County schools. I want to open it up to questions for you.
Thank you very much. Board members, do we have any questions? Ms. Craybill.
Yeah, thank you for that very informative presentation. A couple questions for you.
Sure.
Are there any organizations that are monitoring the efficacy and effectiveness of this? I'm thinking of, like, in a workforce, you would use OSHA, the American Pediatrics Association, the American Medical Association, all the different kinds of medical groups, and then different health departments throughout the state.
Sure. So great point. Thank you so much for asking that question. The American Academy of Pediatrics actually published an article about LifeVac for that very reason. Pediatricians are being inundated with questions of parents who have children that are going on to solid food. So I will be happily able to provide you with an article. Again, we have 6 peer-reviewed studies, and one of those studies actually happens to be from Dr. Dunn. He is part of the International Resuscitation Council. What we do as a company that is registered with the FDA, we actually supply all of our clinical reports that are supplied to us by the person who is actually the person who saved that, whether it's a child, look behind me here, children, adults of all ages, right? So all of those clinical reports have been supplied not only to the FDA, we are an international company. So all of those are now supplied to NHRA, all the countries where we sell our product. And so the International Resuscitation Council was a natural fit. So we've supplied them with every single clinical report. Now, keeping in mind too, the American Academy of Emergency Physicians, we do have also a peer-reviewed study from them. And we do have training people, Heart Association, American Red Cross trainers, all across the country who are actually taking off their hat as a trainer and saying, I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, and I think you need to know about this device. Because our device has been around now 12 years, and people keep thinking it's a new device. It's something that nobody's ever seen before. No, I will tell you that we have plenty of evidence to state that this device is effective and it's simple and easy to use. So again, I'm surrounded by, and you're welcome to take a look around me. This entire room has the faces of all the lives that have been saved by LifeVac.
Other board members?
So I'm happy to supply you with all the information and any of the regulatory agencies that you wanted to know about. So the National Safety Council and a couple others are actually, let's say, I don't think any of the organizations like the American Heart Association will ever endorse a product, period. It just doesn't happen. But they have offered to do studies for us as well. But it all comes with a cost. Sorry about that.
Just one more follow-up question. So what is, and maybe you said it and it skimmed over, what is the mouthpiece made of so that, like, how would we avoid having any sort of reaction to students for, like, latex reactions or whatever the mouthpiece would be made of?
Good point. It's actually blow molded plastic. So that is a good question. I don't think I've ever been asked that question before. I do know a child that actually had a latex allergy. Do you have a lot of issues with that in your school district?
I don't know. I'm a safety engineer and I would have to, I mean, that would be the first question I would ask before I would use it on any of my employees.
Sure. All right. Well, we've never had an issue. We've never had anybody report to us that they had an adverse effect related to the actual mask itself. So when you're in a public use situation, you know, obviously sanitary reasons, we encourage people to keep them in the actual plastic so we don't have them unwrapped. So then again, you're not exposed to environmental conditions, dust, mold, things like that. They are required to be replaced just like any first aid, you know, kit or anything that's contained in the first aid kit. It all has expiration dates. So within 2 to 3 years, you're going to want to replace your masks. That's an important point to make up. But it is a BVM mask. For those of you who are familiar with the BVM mask, it is actually something that's used in CPR resuscitation as well.
Any other questions from the board? Ms. Walker?
I just had one question. I didn't see it in the presentation, but you said, are there other school districts that are using this product, your product right now?
I have thousands of school districts who are using the product. Based on privacy concerns, I'm not always privy to giving you all the information, but I will tell you that there is a remarkable school district in Orange, Texas, where they've deployed it in every single one of their cafeterias, in every single one of their transportation vehicles. And Kelly Meadows, I'm happy to give you all the information. She would be a person that you could speak to. She has been advocating to be able to keep the children safe, and she has a Safety on the Move program specifically for developmentally disabled children. So she made sure that every single bus had a Stop the Bleed kit, had a LifeVac kit, as well as a fire blanket in there just in case of an emergency. So, and you know, there's a lot of school districts doing pretty remarkable things, but we do have thousands of them deployed in schools. Now, I will tell you that I do have a number of resellers out there that are large companies that you may be familiar with. Cardio Partners happens to be one of my partners. UniFirst happens to be one of my partners. There are a number of organizations that not only are supplying safety and first aid equipment, but they are conducting training and incorporating LifeVac into that training.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your time tonight. We are going to discuss it, and we will definitely take it into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next bit of business is Parks and Rec update, and that is Ms. Walker.
Parks and Garden.
Parks.
Okay.
It says Parks and Rec. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's okay. I think the city calls it Parks and Rec. I think the county just calls it Parks and Gardens. That's the only difference.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I was in the middle of thinking about the LifeVac. Anyway, so I wanted to give this update based on incident that happened a few weeks ago at Trask, and I know Mr. McManus wanted to talk about it. No, Eddie's going to talk about it after me. But I, as a liaison for the board, had the opportunity to sit in a meeting a couple months ago that talked about their multi-use plans. And one of them includes a multi-use plan that has been funded already that is going to go up North College Road. Thank goodness. And it also, and I think I put a map. Yeah, there it is. It's not the best map for really looking at the location, but you'll see at the very top in the blue, it's been funded already, the North College Road multi-use path. What's not on the map is a discussion about the two crossing points that they are going to put there at the lights. One is going to be at Murrayville Road and one's going to be at Danny Pence Drive. And they are going to be proper crosswalks, with a little guy that says when to walk, and it's going to be coordinated with the lights. So I wanted to give that update, especially based on, the discussion that we're going to have and plus what happened recently, just to let the public know that that's coming. And I also wanted to just publicly thank our county leaders and also our Parks and Gardens group, because, not only do they work really hard to make our area more pedestrian friendly, but this is going to absolutely help our students and families in the Laney Trask area of the county. So I don't know. I can try and answer questions. Oh, I will say I was told that it's going to be done within the year. It's in the planning stages right now. So they're about 35%, they said, within the planning stages. And they got to work with DOT on a couple things, but it's going to be coming within the next year.
Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Walker. Any questions from the board for Ms. Walker? Not. Let's carry on. Mr. McManus had requested a discussion about this traffic safety. I guess Mr. Anderson would be the one to kind of be part of this conversation. Traffic safety at Trask Middle and Laney High Schools. We did have an incident out there recently.
We were piggybacking. Parents still don't always read what or listen to what we say. Not a good way to say it. They don't hear what we say. So I've asked Eddie if he would update so that everybody, at least to be recorded, what we are doing to respond to the traffic situation, which we can't do overnight, and why there are no SRO officers, which is another question we get. SROs are again wrong, why we don't have some type of police and or deputies, that such as in the county, deputies present, and I think that's a dollar amount. But if you would respond to that song so everybody can hear the same thing, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, what I'd like to do is just kind of recap the information that I'd provided you in one of the updates, and that is that over the past, we probably started about a year and a half ago working with NCDOT, specifically with their Transportation, Mobility, and Safety Division, and analyzing the site and what improvements on site could be made. And I say on-site because I think it's important to recognize that the school system alone cannot solve the traffic issues at Trask and Laney. And North College Road is over capacity. And you can't, it's very difficult to get on school site, the school property, and off the school property. But we have been able to work with them in making some changes. The final report, we split that up into some recommendations that we could implement immediately, and we're in the process of doing that. And then there's a phase 2, which is included in the capital outlay budget recommendation. So some of those things we did work with NCDOT, and they've been very responsive in helping us to adjust the signal timing, allowing especially as many cars as possible to get off the site as quickly as possible. We've provided, we're in the process of designing and implementing pedestrian crosswalk and signalization and sidewalks. Those will be completed this summer. We're having to design those and then go through a stormwater modification review for our stormwater permitting. That will provide a safer route for those crossing North College at the intersection of North College and Danny Pence to travel down in front of Trask and then across at the bus stop location to access Laney. We've done a lot of additional pavement markings. We have put up a lot of additional signage. We've installed some fencing that help direct traffic flow, but it also helps prevent shortcuts. You know, those that would pull in and park or create their own routes. One of the things I've always said from the beginning is our focus is on safety. We're not going to make improvements that are going to decrease the amount of time that parents get on-site and off-site to drop off or pick up their students. We're not going to. But it had gotten so bad that we really feared for the safety of not only the students, but staff. So that's been our priority. The feedback that we've gotten from the school is that it's working. Parents have adapted. They're following the procedure. It may take a little longer to get through, but you adjust your schedule and you're getting on-site and off-site and your students getting to school safe. So that's what we've been working on. And the phase 2 focuses primarily on the Laney side, and we're trying to accommodate more cars on site for the parent pickup area.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Ms. Mason?
So I know we're talking about Trask and Laney, but I also know that there is some serious issues over at Hoggard too. I drive around there at various times of the day, and there are kids running across 4 lanes of highway, and it's terrifying. I'm terrified that one of these kids is gonna get hit. Is there any plans for us to work toward possibly helping with Hoggard? I don't know what we can do, but I'm just curious if there's anything with that.
Yeah. Well, I think that we're evaluating and looking at different sites all the time. There's only so much that we can control. I will tell you that that it is a marked school zone. There's signage. This is at Trask and Laney. There's signage. There are flashing lights. There's a signalized crosswalk and a crossing guard. I can't control drivers. And, we try to control students to the best of our ability. There are crosswalks at Hoggard as well, and I'm aware that oftentimes students want to take shortcuts. And so we're trying the best we can to do what we can on site. Unfortunately, times have changed. Traffic wasn't an issue when Hoggard was built. The community grew up around it, and it has created traffic concerns. Our culture has changed. It was, let's say, 50 years ago, there were a lot of kids walking and riding bikes to school. And for various reasons, families aren't comfortable with that today. Our community culture has changed, and just, traffic in general in this town has changed. So, and that's the reason the fencing was put up on Shipyard, is to try to prevent that and direct students to those crosswalks. So, yes, we're constantly looking at that. One of the things that we are going to be doing, just personally driving around town, I've noticed that school zones aren't consistently marked. And so we are going to do a survey of every single school, and we're going to indicate in the survey, do they have flashing lights? Or is it a ordinance school zone, or is it a recommended school zone? There is a difference, and it's with the signage. Pavement markings, all the things that we, what is out there. And then we're going to develop, this is the standard we're going to shoot for. This is the goal. We want this at each and every school. And we'll list the deficiencies, and you'll start seeing those items come to you as projects for funding. I think that I'm hopeful that more consistency in how our school zones are identified may help.
Other questions?
I have a question. And I don't know about Hoggard, I don't know what the markings are like, but I've noticed that the ones at UNCW that they have now placed on College Road are a lot brighter and I think a lot clearer. And I don't know what the process is, whether you have to petition the DOT to get those done. I don't know. You're talking about kids running across the street. Probably you're talking about from the school all the way to the shopping center that's there. I agree with it. I know when I went to Hanover, we didn't have a fence in the middle and it was just like pandemonium. Now they do. And it helps somewhat, but I do think the more clearly marked crosswalks with bolder yellow signs would be very helpful. And I don't know what we need to do to get that done. Maybe you've tried.
No, well, I agree with you. They do have, when we put in a crosswalk today, it's different than what we put in 10 years ago or when DOT puts those in. They have different types of crosswalks, and that's part of the survey that we want to do. We want to identify what's out there, identify a standard, the deficiencies, and then come back to you for those improvements.
Whatever makes our students safer.
Barnhart?
I mean, mine kind of piggybacked on DOT, because it sounds like we have to be in collaboration with them. And so from just hearing what you're saying, we have a plan in place to redo and have clear signage for all of our schools. I know we are highlighting Trask and Laney right now, but there is talks in the works. How can we support that? Or is it already being taken care of for the whole district?
Well, obviously, we respond immediately to any concerns. We'll go out, work with transportation in the school to see how their parent pickup drop-off is being done. Recommend any changes. We've switched locations with buses and cars before. We'll work with the county and DOT if there's anything that we can do with our driveway entrances, crosswalks, and recommending they be added or be repaired. So we do respond to schools when they request things. Beyond that, most of the on-site improvements are pretty. They can get pretty expensive when we start expanding, adding driveways. And that is something that we consider either in our capital. Currently, there's a plan underway in construction this summer at Murrayville to make some improvements. That went through the capital outlay process, so that's one way it's addressed. Or it could be addressed in a building program that's funding larger renovations, additions at existing schools.
Mr. McManus.
I keep this getting to be lengthy, but Rolling Rice has got as serious a problem. As I said once before, the parents are parking over in the park, and those kids just bail out across that street. That's where I come and go most of the time from my house to anywhere, and it's I'm worried about that as well. There's no adult at that crosswalk from the Rolling Rice sidewalk over to the park.
Right.
Busy place.
I agree. The only thing we can do is try to make the loading and unloading of students on site as safe and as efficient as possible. And that option is open to all parents, whether they're on a bus or whether they're dropping them off by car. I can't control what parents choose to do off-site.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Anderson. We're going to continue with Mr. Smith coming forward to speak to us about the strategic plan updates. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Fowles, colleagues, guests. Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I've got about 10 minutes of updates. It's going to be a bit of a fire hose, so just the board
Go for it.
will get through it and turn over the last 5 minutes for questions of the senior staff. That's
perfect.
Okay, next slide, please. So, as a bit of a primer, a bit of a history, the board embarked on this strategic plan in earnest about 2 years ago. This was 2021. In February and March of that year, the superintendent brought several companies to do proposals for the plan, and the board adopted a proposal submitted by a company called MPH Consulting. MPH then presented a proposed timeline and process for the plan. They facilitated various work sessions, surveys, and focus groups, and then they presented the final version of the plan 1 year later in March. That would be March of last year. And then the board voted unanimously to approve the strategic plan 1 year ago this month. So we've had it in earnest for just for 1 year. As you know, the strategic plan focuses on goal areas related to academic performance, student safety and wellness, a supportive environment for teachers and staff, equity, diversity, inclusion, family engagement, and community partnerships. In a few slides, I'll show how both last year's board and you, the current board, voted to prioritize elements of the strategic plan for budget priority purposes primarily. I'll just point out that the top 3 priorities last year were student safety and wellness, a supportive environment for teachers and staff, and academic performance. This board voted slightly differently, prioritizing academic performance as number 1, followed by student safety and wellness, and then a supportive environment for teachers and staff. The remaining 3 areas remain unchanged in their priority order. Next slide, please. So last year, when we finalized the plan, we also wanted to ensure its communication throughout the district. You'll probably recognize this graphic. There's one hanging in the back of this room, as well as many of our buildings throughout the district. It's simple, it conveys the primary points, and most importantly, it helps keep it at the forefront of our conversations and our actions throughout the district. And additionally, while you've no doubt heard updates over the past year on strategic plan items, starting next month, we'll be explicit in providing the board with a detailed update on 1 goal area per month, accompanied with a stoplight chart that I'll introduce in a moment. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, this is the fairly raw data here, reflects how the previous board prioritized goals during a work session, and this was last April. And I'll just leave this up for just a moment. Okay, next slide, please. And this slide highlights the priorities established by you, the current board, and that was in your January regular meeting. And we'll proceed through this presentation following the order of your prioritized goals. And again, I'll just note that all of these goals areas hold significant value. The prioritization of 1 to 6 serves simply to guide us in allocating available resources efficiently and effectively. Next slide, please. So just a note on the stoplight chart that I'll introduce. Fairly self-explanatory, but green, we are making progress. We're on track to meet the goals. We have no concerns. Yellow is we're progressing. There might be a few challenges. We're giving it attention. Similarly, minor concerns. And then red is we're having significant difficulties. We're not making desired progress, and we may need to reevaluate the approach or the strategy. Next slide, please. All right, here we go. So, starting with academic performance, we aim to have a 75% of pre-K students meet or exceed age expectations according to North Carolina Early Learning Inventory. We're currently at 73.4% to meet or exceed these expectations. We're on track. Second, we target raising the percentage of third grade students reading at or above grade level to 90%. We're currently at 54% proficient, but we're seeing gains in kindergarten, first and second. We're implementing a high-quality curriculum aligned with the science of reading there. Third, we aim for a 60% of students to be proficient in North Carolina Math 1 by the end of the 9th grade. Currently, we're at 44.2%, and we're piloting the Desmos curriculum at New Hanover High School to enhance engagement and outcomes. Fourth, we aim to increase proficiency in AP and IB exams by 10%. Our data show 19.2% growth in scores 3, 4, and 5 between years 21 and 22. To maintain this, teachers attend College Board training. We establish monthly PLCs with AP teachers. And lastly, we target a 40% increase in CTE programs of study through our CTE pathways. We've aligned middle schools with high school pathways. We've installed Paxton Patterson labs at Murray Middle School and established PLCs facilitated by curriculum and instruction coordinators. Professional development days are planned diligently. Overall, academic performance, we're in the green. Next slide, please. Our strategy for student safety and wellness emphasizes people and places. Focusing on people, we create supportive environments through a variety of methods, including a digital citizenship implementation plan, social emotional learning instruction, and professional development opportunities, collaborating with curriculum and instruction specialists. Regarding places, we prioritize secure facilities by investing $1 million per year in a district-wide risk assessment recommendations, and we've completed 75% of those security upgrades thus far. Operations has implemented improvements at schools, including security vestibules, cameras, electronic locks, and upgraded communication systems. Bus driver vacancies are down by 20% through hiring incentives and program initiatives. We promote nutrition and wellness by enhancing family communication via Child Nutrition's updated website and social media, where folks can find updated menu options and nutrition information. We're committed to providing school facilities that enhance teaching and learning, with a district preparing for an update to the Facility Needs Survey due in 2025. We have requested funding for a demographic study, a facility utilization study, and a comprehensive assessment of our existing facilities to better prepare the district for a building program that meets the long-term facility needs of our schools. And lastly, we've recently enhanced the efficiency of our maintenance efforts with a new work order system, which has led to a 15% decrease in outstanding work orders and a 10% improvement in response times. Next slide, please. So, supportive environment for teachers and staff. First, we focus on efficient operations and recruiting and hiring and communications between departments. Our HR department has worked closely with principals to address concerns and vacancies early in the hiring season. And as you might recall, at the beginning of the school year, we'd filled over 98% of our available vacancies, starting class with only 6 student-facing teacher vacancies out of nearly 4,000 employees. Second, we prioritize the efficacy of employees in delivering high-quality services to students. To achieve this, we offer targeted professional development opportunities, working closely with hiring supervisors and staff to continuously refine our offerings based on their needs and feedback. Third, we emphasize equity in staff allotment and school diversity. We've revised local allotment formulas during the budget process to provide funding more equitably. Additionally, as you just heard, the state has approved differential compensation plans for high-performing teachers at Freeman and Forest Hills, with plans to explore alternative funding sources for similar initiatives in the future at other low-performing schools. And finally, we're targeting recruiting efforts at the university level to increase the diversity of our staff. Next slide, please. Equity, diversity, and inclusion. Student voices and equity teams aim to establish engagement clubs at every high school. They're currently collaborating on a framework for the 23-24 mission, vision, and programs. Additionally, and this is where we see the one-to-one program again, the district's provided laptops to all high school staff and students, enhancing access to resources and opportunities for communication, collaboration, and content creation. Next slide, please. In family engagement, we continue to streamline our processes for communicating family engagement opportunities and down to the school level. That's important. This is the one red light you'll notice in the entire presentation, because this particular strategy was tied to a recommendation to create a budget line item. It's not feasible at this time, and we'll continue to create an alternative strategy while we still move forward toward this goal. I'll also note that we've standardized a district-wide volunteer training process, which includes background checks, and we're in the early stages of implementing a parent academy in collaboration with student services, with a tentative opening at the beginning of the 23-24 school year. More to follow on that specific initiative in the coming months. Next slide, please. And finally, our community partnerships are vital, obviously, to the success of our schools and districts, and we're proud of the progress we've made in this area. We've lowered the barriers through partnerships and sponsorships, leading to over $150,000 in donations this school year alone. Our community partnership page has seen a significant increase in web traffic, and our monthly community partnership newsletter, The Best of NHCS, has more than doubled since its launch last March. We've also revamped our facility use webpage to better serve partners like churches, film companies, HOAs, and athletics associations. And finally, we're proud that NHCS employees and community members have raised nearly $13,000 for the United Way of Cape Fear area this year, benefiting various community organizations that directly contribute to the success of our students and schools. Next slide, please. Fire hose. With that, we'll take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions, Ms. Crable? I know you were the one that had requested this, so maybe start with you.
I was jotting down notes as fast as I can. Are we going to be able to have?
Absolutely.
And I appreciate, sorry. No, I asked for this because, I'm an efficiency person, and I just wanted to see where we were, other than, I think we're doing good. I think we're doing okay. And I appreciated the stoplight coding, because that at least puts you in the ballpark of, where you're looking at.
Others? Anyone else? Ms. Barnhart?
I have a couple. First, talking about safety in the strategic plan, do we have, I would like for my own personal benefit to have a specific safety meeting, and I know some of that has to be in closed session, so we can be debriefed on all the things that are going on in our school. I know we have taken some proactive approach with the teleprompters that you have to buzz in and the vestibule and things like that, but do we have a last metric resort that we have in our classrooms? I mean, we don't want to talk about it, we don't want it to come to that, but that's something that is on my mind out of curiosity, and if we don't, I would wonder if it's the will of the board so that we could charge you to find out what that would look like. So in terms of talking with people of safety and grants and things like that, we can have an idea of number that we could say, these are things that our department has looked into, and this would be the cost associated with that. So I don't know if we have a last metric resort.
So
Ms. Grable?
what are you talking about? Like, give an example of what you're considering a last metric resort, like a button that a receptionist presses when the guy's got a gun in her face? Or the teacher has?
A classroom lockdown of sorts, and I've seen different things, throughout the country to like look into, but, we had a presentation at our workshop of something like that, or a pop-out,
So as far as what I think I can say in open session is that the emergency operation plans, which are not publicly available, are available to you in the board portal for your review. And that may be a good place to start the conversation.
To look at that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr.
I have one more
Ms.
thing.
Grable?
So, in this update, were all the things that we're doing in there, especially in the yellow, or perhaps in the red, did we include those kinds of things in our budget discussions?
Yes.
Or, I mean, maybe that's not your question, maybe that's an Ashley and a Dr. Faust discussion. And I guess where I'm specifically going is, and I could hold the question till the budget time, but if school safety is number one for us last year, and school safety is number two for us this year, school safety has two parts. It has physical, attributes, and it has the mental health, welfare of our students. And it appears that our budget, is pretty, we cut pretty deep into the bench on the students, the mental health safety. And so I was just asking, did we consider that, and will we hear that later?
I'll take a brief swing and then turn it over to anyone else. And I'll say this, in the budgeting process at the division level, we were required to and presented our budget recommendations, including funding and cuts, through the paradigm and lens of supporting this strategic plan, and then more specifically supporting it in the order that the board prioritized it. And so that's where you're going to see our priorities manifest, because that's how we presented it to the superintendent and CFO.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Farnham talked about
Ms. Farnham?
the actual social worker, mental health, because I want everyone to have clarity on that.
Yeah, I'm happy to share. So the counselor and social worker positions that are being discussed for reduction are those that were additionally funded through ESSER dollars, which were our education stabilization dollars through COVID. In that time frame that we had those additional funds, we also increased our partnership with the county for school-based mental health professionals and access to, in every one of our schools, a fully licensed, either a licensed clinical social worker or a licensed professional counselor to provide school-based mental health services for access for any student that needs that and whose parent consents. Because again, that's not just available as an intervention, that is a parent consenting intervention and support. So those, while of course the needs of our students with regard to mental health needs, with regard to social and emotional competencies is a serious concern, we know that, again, as Dr. Faust has described, right-sizing, we are right-sizing to the population, to the number of students we have, and to the ratios we were at before. So it's not a cut in positions where we had more positions prior. This is a total reduction of those grant-funded education stabilization dollars. But, as I will say again, the difference in where we are now than where we were before that is the addition of the school-based mental health therapist through the support from the county. So the county commissioners found it important and necessary to provide those resources to us, and sometimes those therapists are full and we run a waiting list, but they are committed to providing us more and more services as we need those. Does that answer the question?
Mr. McManus?
I don't know if this is the right time to respond, because what you were sharing, and Dr. Faust, I can wait till we get the ESSER funds budget, but I understand the downsizing, but the cloud, the umbrella that we have created by this reduction, particularly, if I understand it correctly, with counselors, social workers, when half of the people that I've heard speak have talked about, understandably, and the mental situation that we're dealing with kids today. And so I'm not going to try to be negative, it's going to come out negative, but I still have a difficult time reducing counselors, social workers, etc. But we're going to spend $212,000 on an electric sports program. So what is more important? We have double-digit schools that are the lowest in the state of North Carolina, and we're going to cut counselors and social workers. And I'm not against it, but I'm against the rationale for taking away counselors and putting $212,000 in esports.
So, can I answer that? So, those are two different funds.
Does it make any difference?
It does, because you can't buy counselors out of capital outlay.
Nope.
It does. So, you have to look at your funding pot, your funding source. So, with a sport, with furniture, I use capital outlay for those, whereas a counselor, I can't use capital outlay funds for it. That's a one-time fix. So if you have 9 of those, that's at $84,000. That's a reoccurring expense through ESSER, which was a grant. We knew that going in, that funds those were going to end. We chose to give social workers, counselors. We could have chosen not to do that, but we chose to write that in our plan, knowing that it was going to come to an end. And that's the hard part, is that everything is important, but we have to really look and see what actually is important. So don't look at the capital outlay budget and compare it to ESSER funds. Don't look at your local funds and compare it to ESSER funds. Don't look at your state funds and compare it to ESSER. ESSER is something that just existed for one moment in time. We have to live in the now. I understand, but if the student population isn't there, that's the only way we get revenue.
Mr. Smith just finished talking about business partnerships and other avenues for support of the school system. Can't let it go. $212,000 for esports when we're losing staff. That's very difficult. Creating a lot of negativity.
So even if you don't have esports, you still can't afford to bring those features back.
The principle of what we're doing in a situation where we're laying off.
But we're not laying off.
Reduction in force.
We're not doing a reduction in force.
We put them in there with the ESSER funds. We have not heard from the county commissioners. I have to believe the county commissioners are going to support us somehow, some way. We dialogued with them.
We have.
Would they support esports for us? And we use that money for something.
In our capital outlay, that one-time fund, those are one-time funds that we're talking about that are incorporated. So then do we take away basketball? Do we take away softball? Do we take away tennis? Do we take away the other sports? Because that way, if you shave off all of those sports, then you can get more.
But we haven't had esports.
Barnhart?
Not to finance it.
I want to continue this discussion. I think that this is better under when we're talking about our budget. And so I do hear what you're saying, but looking at what Dr. Paus is saying is where the compartmentalizing. And so to look at apples and apples, because there's 2 components for the eSport proposal that we allowed to come before us. One was in the capital, I think it was to the tune of $165,000. So what you're saying is to see a better an alternative replacement rather than invest in the technology for that of where else could we use it as far as fixing up our schools. And then the other would be the coaching stipend, which I think was to the tune of $28,000. Is there a better source for that as well? I hear what you're saying. I understand the implications, and I think we should continue the conversation. I just don't think it's under the strategic plan update.
Is there any other discussion about the strategic plan?
Yeah, this kind of, I'm going back to the strategic plan that we put into place in 2022 that we all should be familiar with, we all should have read, and we all should have kind of have it, memorized. And then in the 2023, with the school safety, and one of the things that struck me when Dr. Faust said, and I agree with him completely, that, we have to live within our means. And we have to live like we did prior to COVID. And my question there is, do we live like we did prior to COVID, even though the circumstances of our reality have dramatically changed? And I'm just thinking, too, that we recognized and we celebrated a young man who died, lost his fight with cancer, but we have not recognized students who have lost their struggle with mental health issues. It's privacy, families, need that space. So that is where I'm talking about in the school safety. And I'll ask this question now, or I'll just pose it and we'll discuss it in the budget. But I know we have some ESSER $3 that I guess what I'm just looking for is, can't we have a sliding scale, into the reduction of our counselors? Because we're going to have to do it eventually.
Yeah. So I said that earlier. ESSER 2 is grant funded.
Right.
Those positions were in those grants. When you all signed off on that grant, we presented to you what ESSER 2 was, the definition. The board at that time said, okay.
Right.
Knowing that in 3 years it was going to go away.
But isn't the 3 years next year?
It's September.
Isn't it? So what happens in September 2024?
That's another ESSER, that's ESSER 3.
That's what I'm asking. Why?
Because it's grant funded. So ESSER 1 is a total different grant than ESSER 2. ESSER 2 is totally different than ESSER 3. We presented to the board every time we got ESSER dollars and what we were defining, what we were going to use it for. Everyone agreed to it. And then there was no sliding scale. You can't do a sliding scale on a federal grant that says, I'm going to use this money to do X. And then when that money's running out, you're like, I want to use it for this. That's against the law.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. So I'll hold my thoughts until the budget.
But
because
what I will say is that we did not build the strategic plan based on ESSER at all.
Right.
So when we're saying that it looks like we're cutting deep using ESSER, the strategic plan had nothing to do with ESSER at all.
Understand.
Okay.
Mr.
So we're going
Chair.
to carry on with the,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, I was trying to get your attention. I apologize. I have a question about strategic plan real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not going to be too long, but I was just thinking, when we created the strategic plan, it is a living document, and I don't know if there is a chance for us to come back and look at it, evaluate it again, and see if we need to add in under student safety and wellness, or even in equity, mental health services, or the way we can find it and fund it, or whatever we can do, because I think it is a crisis, and I think it is important that we make it part of our plan, because just because funding goes away and just because COVID is supposedly over for the most part, that doesn't mean that the issues have not gone away. And I know we have to cut because our funding is gone, but I really do think that it would be a good idea to evaluate all our schools and the need for the mental health services and counseling, and probably put it in our strategic plan maybe for years to come, for the next, I guess they run out 27, this is when this ends. But as a living document, I think we can do that. So I don't know if anybody here, this is under information, but perhaps we can come together and figure out a way we can have a discussion on adding to our strategic plan to try and get funding.
We definitely adapt.
So just think about it, y'all.
Okay. All right, we're going to carry on. That 15 minutes was a lot more than 15 minutes, but it was good discussion. Demographic, excuse me, and facility utilization study, Mr. Anderson.
Good evening. Very timely presentation, Dr. Faust. You heard talk about student enrollment and student enrollment projections. Mr. Smith was talking about demographics, facility needs assessments. These are all things that we do because we're required to maintain a long-range building plan and submit our facility needs to the state every 5 years. So the last time that was submitted to the state was 2020. Next time will be 2025. I'll tell you that they usually send it to us in November and tell us to get it back to them early 2026, but they call it the 2025 plan. But it'll be the end of 2025. And there's a lot of things that we need to start doing to prepare for that. Our facility needs assessment is in our capital outlay budget. The demographic study and the utilization study, they go hand in hand. I mean, you need to do those together. The demographic study will look at enrollments, populations, growth, and the utilization study will take that and look at our current facilities compared to capacity, where we might have excess capacity, where growth is anticipated, and where we may need to consider building or expanding. So we've worked with Cropper and McKibben for a while. Dr. McKibben is not here. He's recovering from hip surgery, but Matthew Cropper is here. So I'm going to turn it over to him. We've gotten proposals from the two of them. We're ready to proceed, but we felt like it would be a good time to kind of kick off our process of getting prepared for 2025 and give you a better idea and understanding of what this involves. So, Mr. Cropper.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, members of the board, Dr. Faust, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm Matthew Cropper with Cropper GIS Consulting. As Mr. Anderson said, Dr. McKibben is my counterpart. He has his own business, McKibben Demographics, and he cannot be here. He's recovering from hip surgery, so I'm presenting on his component of the work on his behalf. So if we could just go ahead and progress to this next slide, please. Just a quick overview of us, Cropper and McKibben. We are K-12 planners. We work with the school districts all across the United States as well as throughout North Carolina. And this is just the type of work that we specialize in, demographic studies and facility utilization, and that type of work is what we do on a daily basis. So next slide, please. Just a little bit of history of our work with New Hanover County. We did do a demographic study in 2017, so it's been some time since that has been updated. There was a comprehensive redistricting study completed in 2019 to account for the opening of Porter's Neck Elementary School. And then there was also a housing pupil yield study that we completed in 2021, and that was in partnership with the New Hanover County Planning Office. So if you go to the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about our demographic study process. So we are tasked in this particular effort to update your demographic study and bring it up to current. Since 2017, a lot has happened in the county and in our world. We have a new census available, as well as the impact of COVID on enrollment over the last couple of years. And so a lot of that has really had an impact on enrollment in this district and as well as across the United States. Accounting for all of that necessitates the need for a new demographic study. So when we do our study, we do a population study, and that results in a 10-year enrollment forecast. The second part of once that demographic study is complete, we will study the forecasted enrollment as it relates to utilization and your capacity to identify not only where your needs are now, but where your needs are in the next 10 years as it relates to imbalances in utilization or needs for additional capacity. And then finally, we'll provide some recommendations to accompany the two different parts of the study to identify where you could potentially make resolve imbalances through boundary changes or capital construction, additions at a school or maybe new school construction. but we won't know that until we get finished with the first two parts of our study. Next slide, please. Just a quick review on our process. Like I said, we do a population forecast. It's a highly accurate method. It's done by PhD demographers. We do a population forecast, a study of all of your population from 0 to 85 plus, and then that result of the population forecast drives our enrollment forecast. So we look at a lot of different factors that affect change in population, aging and empty nesting, and in-migration from new housing and aging as communities get older, and what's the balance of those types of things. And so looking at all these different demographic dynamics gives us a really robust and accurate enrollment forecast. Next slide, please. Just some of the other factors that we do look at, a lot of things with age structure, mortality, fertility, and in and out migration, a lot of other factors. And we will also use the pupil yield study that we recently completed as a guide for pupil yields for developments and anticipated developments as well. You can go to the next slide. And this is just another quick overview on the steps to do our work. Like I said, population forecast drives the enrollment forecast. And a lot of times people in areas see growth, new homes being built, and they automatically just want to add that on top of what they have now. But it's important to understand what's happening to your population that's already here and how is that aging in terms of students getting older and families having children that are aging into next levels. And that's an important dynamic to factor into all of this. Next slide, please. Population pyramid, something that you'll see for every single school. And this just kind of gives us a good idea of the age structure and that just gives us a good indicator for what should happen to your growth in terms of younger children moving into an area, or is it aging and empty nesting and turning over, or different changes in trends. It's important not only to just look at historical trends and how the trend is going, but also understand and identify where there may be a change in the trend, and that's really important, and we do that well with our process. Next slide, please. So once we have the demographic study, we do take a look at utilization. So we compare the enrollment, current and forecasted enrollment to your capacity, and we identify where you have needs now and also where you have needs in the next 10 years. And whether it's going to, enrollment's going to decline and your overcrowding may resolve itself through demographics, or whether enrollment will continue to increase and demographic change is not going to help, or where it may be stable. And so we do a color code schematic that kind of shows this and identifies it. If you go to the next slide, you can see this is just an example in Pender of some work that we did there, just to identify where you can see pretty well on the chart when this is developed. The greens show you where you have excess capacity, and then it goes all the way up to a deeper red. And it really start to look, this helps identify where areas and segments of the county are all overcrowded, or where there may be some underutilization next to a school that's overutilized, and you may be able to leverage space in the area by making some boundary changes to make best use of your space instead of just adding capacity to a school. And so making sure that we identify all of these different factors to give you a good recommendation that's making the best use of the space that you have available in your county. You can go to the next slide, please. So then once we have that utilization forecast developed and analyzed, then that we use as a guide to help determine the needs of the district and where you currently have pressures, where pressures may be resolved, or where there is no relief in sight. We will identify recommendations on boundaries potentially, or added capacity where their boundaries cannot resolve some of your imbalances and utilization. And these recommendations are expected to be delivered this summer to early fall. We will be, once we get approval from the board, we'll be ready to move right away on it. And I believe that is all I have. If you go to the next slide. Be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Board? Ms. Walker?
Thank you. I think one thing I wanted to talk about that's very important is this is a precursor to whether or not we discuss bonds in the future, whether we're utilizing our space properly, and like you just said, whether schools are underutilized or over, depending on where the population has grown in our county. I guess you're going to show that to us when you do the study. But I also wanted to ask you, I know we just had a census, but I feel like there's undercounts in some demographics. And I know our schools show that we do have higher demographics than our census really shows. So how do you account for that in your study?
Yep, we're aware of undercount. Undercount exists in every census. There's a lot of other bigger problems with the 2020 census as well, and things that I'm not going to put you to sleep with going into too much detail on it. But we do have population data, and we will be studying that as the census data as a component of our study. And we also often look at undercount by comparing your school enrollment to school age enrollment that the census counts. And we have identified undercount in communities across the United States when we do this, so we're aware of it and we're sensitive to it, but it's still something that we can rely on to give us a better understanding of your population dynamics as the census tells us.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. We will carry on. Our next part of business is our discussion of a district-wide book review committee. Ms. Mason, you were the one that brought that forth, so I'll give you the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Mr. Wildebohr. First of all, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's here that is passionate about kids and passionate about books. I am too. And that's what this was born out of. I began reading some of the books that were in our schools, and the content of it was so disturbing to me as an adult with a fully formed brain, with a master's degree in education, with all of this information that I have. It was disturbing to me that these must have slipped through the cracks. And so to me, I wanted to involve parents more. I wanted to involve the community more. We have so many people that are invested in our kids that don't necessarily have kids in our schools, and we want them to be involved. We want these community partnerships. And so that's primarily what this is born out of. And I was asked to compare, what the difference is between what the policy is that we have in place and what this book review committee would be doing that's different. And the biggest difference is the community involvement. I really, really wanted the voices of our community to be heard, so much so that I want it to be as many as possible. And so when you have 7 parent representatives and or other county residents rotating through the semester, you're getting more voices. It's not just the same 7 voices all the time. I didn't want a school board member to be a voting member because I felt that this is the people's choice. This is the community's standards that are being set. And so for me, that was really the heart behind selecting those individuals. We have the policy right now seems to me to be very top down, very, you go to this person, you go to this principal, and I wanted it to be a community involvement type thing. And I know that there is concerns about how we do this. This is not something that's going to happen overnight. We need to do this thoughtfully and appropriately so that it's done fairly, so that every single member of the community that wants to participate can participate. My thought process, and this is all a work in progress, is that we utilize scales that are used already in media. We have the movie rating systems. That was developed several years ago several years ago, and is used for parents to be able to guide their kids on what to watch, what not to watch. I want to use that type of scale. I also was thinking of the music industry. Many of us who grew up with CDs or cassette tapes, we saw some of the explicit content on the warning labels. And that's really the biggest focus. We need to be making sure that we are presenting age-appropriate content to our kids. And if it's not, then we need to put warning labels and we need to let people know. And so really, there's so much that needs to be done to really work through some of the kinks and some of the issues that will likely arise. I think that having a discussion about it is really the first step that we need to take to really find balance and to do the right thing by our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Does anyone have any questions or discussion they'd like to make at this point? Ms. Graybill.
Yeah, I got like a lot of discussion to have on this.
Okay.
So I'll just list them out and then we can go back. I mean, Melissa, I do value your opinion that you think this needs to happen. Fortunately for me, unfortunately for you, I'm completely 180 degrees on where you are. So I was just looking at it at face value, what we have here. And so I'm still not clear on, do you want for us to review all 423,159 books that are in our school district libraries? And I don't even know how to estimate how many books are in teachers' classrooms. So you don't have to answer me if it's going to cut off my time. So just hold that thought, because I don't want to give up my time. Are you proposing that this is a board standing committee or a board advisory committee? And if such, then the policy committee would need to get input from the whole board on how that looks, what the makeup would be, and we're still working on all that, what the makeup would be and how you get to be on that committee. A question I have too is, what do you think is so wrong with policy 3200 and 3210 that district boards are using across the state very successfully? I cannot even think about being on a committee where I have no voting right. That just doesn't seem fair to a person who gives up their time and their energy to do that. Certainly people outside of our county and residents that don't have any children in the school should not have any more, speaking authority on this committee than a teacher, an educator, media specialists who have masters and doctorates in all that kind of stuff. So they should be first and foremost. When we say here the school board liaison will be chosen, so I don't understand what liaison means, that we're just there to sit and listen and not have any input or any say-so on that. Having people sign up first come, first served, we've already seen how that works for Call the Audience, whoever is Johnny on the spot on their computer, gets to be on this committee, according to this. And how will the committee operate? Who leads it? Everybody has to commit to reading the book in its entirety and not just pulling out excerpts of what people have told them. There needs to be a rubric for discussion and decision-making, which we already have in policy 3200 and 3210. So, and then there needs to be an appeal process. Like, what are we going to do if this committee says, hey, Dr. Faust, we don't like these 1,200 books that we've just, reviewed. My guess is, and I've not been on any review committees, but hundreds of hours would go into this because you have to give time to read the book. You have to have time for discussion. I'm just having a whole hard time with creating another layer of government when half of our speakers said that they don't want government control. And we're adding another layer of government control. And then some of us, here on this board, ran on and argued with the old board about, you're not in school, you're wearing masks and you're trying to take away my right to have my kid not be a mask, and now you're trying to take away my right of letting my kid read the own book that they want. So I'll just toss all that out, and then we can, roll from there.
Ms. Bedford? Enough, thank you.
I'll go ahead and share that my opinion will not be particularly popular with some of you. Last week, a Wilmington private school educator said to me, "There is only one reason to put these pervasively vulgar, grade level, inappropriate materials in front of our students." Now this book, right here, this book, have you read it? Have you read it? It's called Out of Darkness by Ashley Hope Perez. Okay? Page 66. The young girl starts getting raped by her stepfather. Page 376. It's in our middle school. There is no redeeming value to have rape of a child at gunpoint with her brother watching and then having her murdered. There is no redeeming value to this book for middle school children. If you want to read it as an adult, that's your prerogative. If you want to take it home and share it with your child, that is your right. But it's...
Excuse me. If we're going to be calling out, will we have to be removed?
This book has sodomy between cousins, incest. What reason would you want an elementary school or a middle school child to read that? What reason? Take it home and share it at home. But the school is here to educate, not to share material that is age inappropriate and deemed by most of the people that it is vulgar and inappropriate for that age level. Now, Wednesday, we were in Raleigh, and Wednesday, the budget dropped. And there's some really cool things that happened, but including in there, there was local committee media advisory committees requiring each board to establish a local committee media advisory committee. So the state believes that we should have this at the local level. The state believes we should have this at the state level. What it looks like, I don't know. But this does not belong in the middle schools. This does not belong in the middle schools.
Quiet, please. You finished?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Other discussion? Ms. Mason? Ms. Walker? Oh, Mr. McManus? I didn't see your hand up, I'm sorry.
I will not disagree with you that there are books in this entire world that we don't agree with. There are movies, there are concerts, there's clothing, there are friends. It's the parents' responsibility to make a decision what their kids read, where they go, not a community. And I'm not trying to be, well, maybe I am, but can you explain when you say the community, who are you talking about in the community? Because it's the same.
Order, please.
Define community. Are you talking about, we have 52,000 parents with 26,000 students. So how many, give me a number that are against a parent's rights to decide what their children read? Give me a number. What's the community?
I'm not really sure what exactly you're asking.
You said the community.
The community, yes. So the community is.
This goes into the curriculum. This goes into the libraries. It goes, and if we're gonna make a decision, then the board needs to make a decision, not the community. Community, if we were elected to make a decision, they don't like it, won't get elected again. But I got elected to do what I think is best for kids at that moment. Parental rights usurp any special group, organization, or my personal feelings. It's the parent's responsibility, not ours. We have a process. I've worked with that process all my life in school. You go to the teacher. You give them an alternative book. If that doesn't work, you go to the principal. If that doesn't work, I assume you're going to go to the superintendent and then come to the board. which you can appeal to the board. You are taking away the rights of people to read what they want to. I assume you're gonna do away with the internet and the cell phones as well, because I can assure you, they can call up a heck of a lot more on a cell phone than they can in one book. That's what you'll do, is you'll force kids to go to the cell phone. Parent rights, I'm sorry, but that's the way,
Ms. Mason?
we don't make that decision.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Ms. Mason? Order, please. Thank you.
So there's a lot of questions. To Ms. Craybill, reading all the books in the system is an impossibility. We know that. We already have a list of books that there's concerns about. And so that's where I would want to start, is with that set of books. And as parents come with concerns, that's the process. If parents come, that's what this committee is for. As it comes to the no voting rights, I am on 2 other committees where I have 0 voting rights. But I do that because I'm a liaison and I'm part of those discussions, and I'm learning and I'm hearing what's happening in our schools with our amazing Exceptional Children Committee, with our amazing Gifted Committee. And so not having a vote doesn't make me not want to go. As far as an appeal process, I think that that's part of this whole thing. I think that there needs to be an appeal process. But like I said, this is a starting block. I didn't come to you with a whole committee. This is for discussion. This is for us to figure it out and sort through the details. This is an advisory committee. This is not a committee that's making all the decisions across the board. They're advising, just as we have other advisory committees that serve the board. As it pertains to the policy, I think that the policy as it stands right now, from many, and whether you want to believe it or not, from many complaints that I have heard from parents who try and try and try and are not getting the responses that they're hoping for, or are getting brushed off, I think that this addresses that. When it comes to, and this was brought up before, Mr. McManus, I'm not sure if I've covered everything, Ms. Craybill, so I apologize. There's a lot. You came at me with a lot, and so I'm trying to get as much as I can. As far as cell phones, there is a very large difference between a cell phone purchased by parents and books purchased by the school district. Parents are accountable for their kids' cell phones and what their kids look at on their cell phones. Schools are accountable for what we present and provide to our students. We are accountable. If we're providing material that's absolutely beyond the pale, we shouldn't be providing that anymore. Cell phones are gonna be there. You're not gonna, you don't have to force a kid to go onto a cell phone. You just don't have to. They're going to. That's not the issue. The issue is cell phones are paid for by parents. Our books are paid for by our community, by our taxes, and we are accountable for those. And as far as parents' responsibility, for me, I developed and thought about this before I was even any part of any government institution. I thought of this as a parent. This is something that I wanted to be involved in myself. And so I don't see it myself as ripping away parent rights. I see it as giving more parents a voice that may not feel like they have one.
Other discussions? Ms. Walker?
I'm just going to go ahead. This has really exhausted me personally, so I apologize. I'm no disrespect, Ms. Mason, but I just have to say that, this is the United States in 2023. We have a constitution that we all took an oath to, and that is very, very fundamental to what we do as elected leaders. We're a nation of laws. The district has policies and procedures in place exactly for this purpose, and it lays out these decisions squarely in the hands of the parents themselves and the guardians, where it belongs, and they are the ultimate decider what their child can and can't read. It is not the job of 7 of us here or a lesser committee to put in place any procedures that are counter to our policies and our laws. I mean, if that changes, we'll see. Maybe we'll have to come to that, but that's not passed yet. So I don't really want to look at that at the moment. We know full well how to have conversations with parents, and so I'm just going to say that's not our job. The district, and I have talked to librarians, they're very conscious, and these are the professionals in our district we have to have respect for. Forming and endorsing a committee like this is a slippery slope. It's a gateway to doing and banning other things, as Mr. McMahon has said. Perhaps, the internet is what some kids look at, but they can pull it up anywhere, anytime. And I just feel like if we're trying to protect kids from books, I mean, there's a method in place to do that. We're trying to encourage our kids to read anyway. I mean, we're going 1-to-1, which means I'm a lover of books. I buy books. I have them all over my shelves, and I don't get enough time to read them. But we're trying to encourage kids to read. I don't think this is a way to do it. And lastly, I would just have to say our district attorney and sheriff's office already investigated this, and I weighed in last year on whether we have pornography in our schools. So, I mean, if we're looking at laws and procedures, I think we've got things in place, and I think the librarians that I've spoken to are conscious of what they have in their libraries, and I think they have thought a lot about this. And I don't know why all of a sudden this has become an issue. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I don't think it has been. I think Mr. McMahon has talked about an occasion it happened years ago, and they took care of it. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope we continue to be respectful with each other in this issue, no matter what.
Barnhart? You can stop snapping, please.
I appreciate what everyone's saying right now. The grievance that came in made me dive into the process and ask questions of how things are being done. And so policy 3210 and policy 3200 are 2 things that we looked at. What we found out is middle schools across our district have different protocols. Some have restricted access, which goes against the best practices according to the American Library Association and the American Association of School Libraries. I found that concerning, personally. Then we had different sections in the library with restricted access. Upon more questioning, I said, does this come in the form of online restricted access or individual label? And then how is there stopping of children if there is deemed restricted access? So from that also, from those committees, they're saying that this content should not be available to all students, and they're acknowledging that. So then I stepped back and I looked at policy 3200 and 3210. And there's a right in there that says we have the right to review materials and to look them over. And in particular, one of the things that I highlighted here is the language that says to be able to discuss controversial issues. Oh, here it is. Controversial issues that students as young citizens may develop under guidance, the skills of critical thinking and critical analysis. Then in letter F, it says to place principle above personal opinion and reason above prejudice in the selection of material of the highest quality in order to ensure a comprehensive collection appropriate for all users. When I started looking at the general statutes, I think where the problem becomes is the word controversial and sexually pervasive or sexually vulgar. And I don't like to go here because my job as an elected official is to continue to advocate. But there has been things that have happened in our district that should have never happened. And we have to do our best to never let them happen again. And so as we sit up here and say that there should be boundaries in place, in particular, in regards to sexually vulgar content and consistency. For elementary, I think there should be consistency across elementary district-wide expectations, middle school district-wide expectations, and high school. So for me personally, I would like to see it in that route versus just district as a whole. We already acknowledged that parents have different pathways. One, no sexual education, and then we have two different means of, and I forget the classes, and so if somebody wants to say them out loud, that'd be great, but the two different pathways that we have for our students to engage in sexual education. And thank you. And so for that alone, we are acknowledging that there's varying levels of comfortability. And we have to be cognizant of that when we are placing selections. And I think for me, what that means is there a better alternative? When we come to content that is inherently sexually vulgar in nature, you have to ask your question, is there a better alternative? And maybe the answer is no. And truthfully, if I'm trying to be open-minded and follow my own policy, maybe the answer is no. And if that's the case, can there be a statement of why it's justified for those looking at it, say, why in the world was this book picked out of everything? Because we all have our own personal opinions. If we read every single book, we're going to come across different things that we like, dislike, not. But the other thing, and I'm going to put our superintendent on the spot because it's said in here in policy 3200. It says the superintendent may establish procedures that provide additional standards for removing any supplementary materials. And so I don't know if there's been a directive or anything that you have done or given to our staff further to clarify any of this content. So I'm just going to ask that question.
So under that, that's removal of outdated. So
outdated.
Anytime, so they do that constantly.
Okay.
It could be materials, like it could be science materials. So from 10 years past, so they go through, I won't say monthly, but yearly to remove outdated. So there's a process for removing.
But that's specifically just with outdated material. And so as far as technology, I know that we have given our students one-to-one devices and we're going that route. I would bet money that there are some words that they're not allowed to search and openly get information on because it's that boundary setting. And so with that in mind, that is where the biggest concern in my mind has been when it comes to this is the boundary setting. And I'll also address the friction too, because the crossover has been that hypersexualized content and an LGBTQIA plus individual are one and the same, and it is not. And so I want to make that distinction too here now, because when you're reading through a book of graphic details of oral sexual pleasure or physical sexual pleasure, I would look at any of my male counterparts up here and say, if there was a middle school book that we might feel uncomfortable demonstrating for anybody in our public to see, maybe the question is asked, why is it there? Maybe. That's what I have to say.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak on this?
Just
Bradford?
two more things. Thank you. Movies have ratings. Music has ratings. And yet we have books that are available to children in the schools with no ratings. And I'm not allowed to read the content of this book in this meeting. I'm not allowed to read the content of this book in this meeting. I'm not allowed to read the content of this book in this meeting. And yet they can be available to our middle school children, to our littlest learners. That is not right. Now I'm going to talk real serious. When you hypersexualize a little person, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, they're sexualized forever. And I will die on this hill. It has to stop. It absolutely has to stop. We're robbing our children of their innocence. We're robbing them. They can never get back that innocence.
Order. Ms. Craybill.
So, a couple.
Hold on one second, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Order, please. Yes, ma'am.
So, just kind of going back through a couple of the points. The 73 books that were presented to us did not come from a parent, came from a list that was generated from on high at the national GOP level. So that That doesn't even talk about our community necessarily. It might.
Order, please.
I heard somebody say parents are frustrated they are not getting the responses that they were hoping for. Well, the responses that they were hoping for could have been get this book out of the schools when the process hadn't even been followed. I heard we've had things happen in our district that we are not proud of and that are bad, but I would contend that we didn't have a teacher pulling books out, during this, situation. So that doesn't really match up. We've had 0 challenges, and these books have been in our libraries for quite some time. If people are that concerned, then speak up and do the challenge. What's wrong with going through a process that we already have? If people have problems with our policy, 3200 and 3210, they should present those issues to the policy committee so that they can be discussed as that group. But the policy committee is not the end-all be-all, which we've heard, is that the policy committee only kind of previews and, triages a little bit. But this whole board, gets to make all of those calls. So I'm back to, of Melissa's comments, we want to do this thoughtfully, we want to do this carefully. But the membership that you're suggesting is one school board member who may or may not be an educator, and none of us are librarians, and media specialists. A teacher on any grade level, well, that speaks to Ms. Barnhart's position that if we want to look at it elementary, middle, and high, then you can't just randomly pick a teacher, out of that. Where are our central office staff, our lead teachers, and our senior staff that have years and years of experience? They're not included in any of this, and yet they are responsible for the decisions that their staff, underneath them is making. We have one media specialist at any level, and they don't even get a vote. And this is all about their area of expertise. I just don't get that. And why are there more parents and guardians than there are the educational professionals? And if we're rotating through, one person may not ever even get a chance to do anything. So that seems kind of weird that you don't even have, more than a 9-week service time. But I'm just really concerned that we're just going down the wrong path. I just read a book that I thought was going to be kind of fun, and it turned out not to be quite as fun, when it was all about the Un-American committee that Joseph McCarthy, was putting out, and he was targeting our actors and actresses because they dared to go listen to, find out more information. So if our teachers and our students are daring to go find out more information, are they going to be targeted and labeled and, Joseph McCarthy lovers, come out and, strike them down and ruin their reputations? It just seems like we are trying to create an authoritarian state or a dictatorship when we really are a democracy, which several of our speakers spoke to. And you know what else several people spoke to? And I'm just as religious, well, I'm probably not as religious as some of you up here, but I do have a faith, and we do, I happen to be a Christian, but there are many people in our county that are not Christian. So to keep coming back to good old solid Christian values, to me that's just wrong. And several people pointed out to us, and I didn't even know this because I'm not a real Bible reader, but some of the stories that were pointed out about what was happening in the Bible were very similar to the stories that you just related to us, Ms. Bradford, in books. So our kids are allowed to read a Bible and learn about sodomy, but they're not allowed to read a book and discuss it with their parents. I just don't get it. So
Thank you, Ms. Grable. Ms. Bradford?
The Bible deals with really heinous topics. But if you remember what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, the Lord destroyed it down to the ground. So the Bible is teaching you a lesson. So yes, those things are in it, but it teaches a moral lesson. So the idea that, oh, it's in the Bible, it must be okay, I have to take issue with that. And Mr. McManus, this is probably going to go really badly with you.
Go ahead.
But the 4 of us got elected with 160-some thousand votes. So the people in this county told us when we were running for office, you got to take care of these books. You got to get some of this vile stuff out of the schools.
Well, let her finish and I'll let you speak.
So we heard for almost 2 years from people that encouraged us, you're going to do something about those books. You're going to do something about those books. Do I want to ban all books? Heck no, I really don't. But the ones that are sexual in nature, that are vile in nature with murder and incest and rape, children don't need to be reading that in school. If you as a parent want to exercise your parental right and do that in your home, more power to you. I'm not going to say a word. But you, the taxpayers, don't need to be paying for those books and spending time when they need to be doing math and reading. They don't need to be spending time on those books.
Quiet, please. Mr. McManus.
A short response. My whole premise is when you start banning, and that's to me the same word as removing, a book, then you can't stop taking away parent rights. And just for the record, when you and I met in the parking lot after the last agenda meeting, we were the only two, you said to me then, I'm not sure I can support right now banning books. Do you remember that?
I'm not a fan of banning books.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because you've come 180 since that conversation. You four, let's be honest, I'm an honest person. Let it fall where it may. The four of you, you're right. You were elected to do this job. So if you'll just go ahead and call for a vote and get it over with, and then we'll see what happens. Because I don't want to sit here and argue with everybody, listen to the same people stand up and say the same things over and over and over again. And you I still haven't heard how many, the votes were there, but how many people are against books? I don't think 162,000 people want you to ban books. But maybe I'm wrong before. But I don't think that's a very good base from which to operate.
All right, and there's, okay. There has been one person that hasn't spoken, so I'm going to go ahead and speak. And I've looked at this. I think what Ms. Mason started is a discussion, and this is on information. So the motion to go ahead and vote, we can't vote because it's in information at this point. There are some concerns with the present policy. To talk to Ms. Craybill's situation, I was talking to an educator today, and he said, well, one of the concerns that he had is the fact that Laney High School in our present policy could meet, say that this book, whatever book it is inappropriate for Laney High School, but the same book would be at Trask Middle School, right next door. So that to me, that is a concern. I mean, that's why I think maybe looking at a district-wide group to talk about books, because like I say, if it's inappropriate at one level, how in the world could it be appropriate for a middle school right next door or an elementary school? I do think we do need to look, and I think that Ms. Mason made this very clear, that this is a beginning point, a discussion point. It's not the end-all ready to be voted on. I do think we need to look at more than one teacher on here. I think it should be a balanced thing where we have teachers, media specialists, and parents. I don't know about other county representatives, but that's my own personal opinion on that. I think we do need to look. I do remember Ms. Craybill when she was chair, and we had a person get up and read out of a book, and she said, you can't read that here, and the person said, well, it came from Ashley High School. So, if we can't read it here, then I don't know that we should have it on our shelves. But that's my own personal thought on that. At this point, we are not going to be able to vote, so we will move on unless there's other discussion from anyone who has not spoken at least twice. If not, thank you for the discussion. We will carry that on. Next, we have ESSER Fund update. That is Ms. Sutton.
Yes, sir. I've provided an ESSER report to you for your information. As you can see on the report, we currently have a balance in our ESSER funding. So looking at all three grants together. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. We have a remaining balance of $41.3 million, as you can see here, and we've actually spent 54% of the ESSER funds, so that's all 3 ESSER grants together. And as Dr. Faust had mentioned earlier, we've fully spent ESSER 1, as you can see in this report, and we're on track to spend ESSER 2 by the end of June.
Are there any questions about ESSER? Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, and I apologize if I have a bad memory. Could you just summarize what was in ESSER 3?
So in ESSER 3, we are paying for 32 instructional coaches. We also have some HVAC, improving air quality projects in there, along with some technology some small projects may be in there. I can't remember if we had all of it in ESSER 2 or if there were some. There may be some in ESSER 3 as well, along with curriculum for around $4 million, I believe, of curriculum purchases and summer learning that would happen actually this summer.
Okay, so I guess my question is, I didn't hear any, mental health workers or social workers, counselors, mentioned in the ESSER 3. The instructional coaches, have they been put back into classrooms and attritioned out? Not laid off, not ripped, but attritioned. And so do we not have any flexibility if we're keeping all the instructional coaches with ESSER 3? Do we not have any flexibility on using them for social workers or counselors?
Let me provide a little bit more clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there is some funding in ESSER 3 that we had set aside, knowing that at the end of ESSER 2, we may still need to employ some of those individuals, so the type positions you're talking about, until we're able to find other employment opportunities within New Hanover County Schools for them. So there is some funding to help cover those positions if it needed to be. So that is included there. The instructional coaches, we would, in the next budget cycle, be looking at those. So we did not include that in part of this budget, knowing that we had another year of ESSER.
I guess that answers my question, is that I was under the false impression that ESSER 3 included some of the social workers, mental health providers for a third year, and that that was where my question came from on, just softening the fall, to use some of the ESSER 3 money to not have to get rid of so many counselors and social workers in one big lump. But that's wrong. My understanding was wrong.
So ESSER 3 is being used in case to help with the transition of employees into their new positions that we are identifying for them. So I hope I'm being clear with that. So I don't want to give the impression that there aren't ESSER funds that are going to be used. We know that as of the end of June, we may still have social workers that we haven't found opportunities for them yet. And so we do have funding in ESSER 3 to help for the transition period.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Bradford?
Ms. Sutton, this House Bill 259 that dropped on Wednesday, and it's just proposed legislation, Section 7.15, remaining ESSER funds to be used for reading and math. So there's hope. There's hope. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. I encourage everyone to read the proposal for House Bill 259. It has a lot of educational stuff in it, a lot.
Anyone else have a question? No. Thank you very much, Ms. Sutton. We will carry on with our next bit of business, contracts and purchase report. But that's also you.
In accordance with Board Policy 6420, I'm providing a list of contracts and purchase order report. As you can see, there's only one item on the report that meets the criteria to be shared with the board during this report. So it was just to purchase a replacement bus, and the funding's provided by DPI for that bus replacement.
Any questions from board members? No? Well, if not, we'll carry on with Hendrick. Get set, go.
Board Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Faust, good evening. Career and Technical Education is excited to share that New Hanover High School's automotive program, taught by Mr. Robert Millis, has been selected to receive a Hendricks Get Set Go grant in the amount of $25,000. The grant is a national initiative that supports schools to enhance their local automotive programs. And the funds will be presented at a special event that's going to feature NASCAR Cup Series champion Kyle Larson and varied activities for our students. And we're just requesting that we can begin preparing to receive and expend those funds.
Awesome. Yeah, I will talk about that one. That's great. That's awesome. Very good. Yes, ma'am, Ms.
Does this even require us to say, yes, we can take it, or is this just like an information that we're just taking it, or we're receiving it?
Well, this one is the information. Once they give us the money, then we'll present the check, and then we will.
But we don't have to vote, we don't do anything, we don't vote on this.
The second time you will. The first
I'll give you
time,
2 thumbs up.
according to your policy.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have consensus items. I would entertain a motion to accept all the consensus items as provided, unless someone wants to pull one out. Ms. Bradford?
I would like to take Policy Code 3610, counseling program, and send it back to the Policy Committee, please.
You're in the wrong section.
No, consensus items. What about
No, am I?
that? Consensus items, 10,
sorry.
14.
I'll make a motion to accept all the consensus items under number 14.
14, yep. Do I have a second? Second. Ms. Barnhart? All in favor, please any discussion? Good. If none, I would entertain, or if you agree, please consider saying aye. Aye. If you're, all those opposed, like sign, passes 7-0. Now we're on 15, policy consensus. Ms. Bradford.
I would like to pull 3610, counseling program, and send it back to the Policy Committee. We had discussion, then we found out afterwards, when we said we'd send it, we found out that night that some things were not quite what we thought they were. I want to take it back and have a thoughtful consideration of those things that I brought up in the meeting. So I make a motion to send that back to policy.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Barnhart, seconds. Is there a discussion? Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, I'm wondering who the "we" is that got some special information, because I'm a part of the policy committee and I didn't get any. But, so I'd like for you to say what information it is, so that before we vote to send it back, we know what you're trying to do.
Well, Mr. Weber sent it to all of us, so I'll let him answer.
So, board members, there's discussion at the policy committee around the inclusion of the phrase social emotional in the first paragraph of the policy. And a question came up as to whether the committee and the board could remove that phrase from the policy itself. So during the meeting, I was trying to research that to see if it was required by State Board of Ed's standard course of study or anything else. And from a legal perspective, the committee or the board could decide not to include that phrase in the policy. The key is for the standard course of study for guidance programs to follow the North Carolina State Board of Education requirements. Those requirements include social emotional learning standards. So as long as the program itself is complying with the State Board of Ed's requirements, the inclusion of that phrase in the policy, it could be there, or you could decide to take it out. That's at your discretion.
So follow up to that, if I might.
Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
So we can take the words out, but we still have to do it. Just like in Title IX, we don't have to say federal, but we still have to do it. So it's just semantics at this point, just to prove a point?
Well, the phrase is not in the policy now. It was part of the School Boards Association's recommendations. And the School Boards Association, when they release those, they'll categorize different changes as required or recommended. That particular portion of the policy was categorized as recommended. And again, the key is for the program itself to comply with State Board of Ed requirements, which right now include, they describe it as socio-emotional learning objectives. So as long as the program is following the state's requirements, the phrase doesn't have to be in there.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Any other discussion? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please, for this one? So again, the motion in front of us is to send policy 3610, counseling program, back to the policy committee for further discussion.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
And Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, so it passes 4-3. It'll go back to policy for further discussion. At this point, I would entertain a motion to accept the policy consensus items, the amended policy amendment items.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford makes a motion. Second.
Second.
Ms. Barnhart seconds. Any discussion? If not, yes, ma'am?
I have
Yes, ma'am?
two quick things. In policy 2130, it talked about the board will meet twice a year to discuss upcoming development professional opportunities. And so I would just like to bring that to our attention so that when, as the next few months roll out, we can look at different professional development that we all would like to join in on so that we can have a cohesive, collective environment. And then also, there was a discussion of you needing to name a liaison for the School Boards Association.
Yes, thank you. So we have a motion and a second at this point to accept the consensus, the policy consensus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Carries 7-0. New business, the 2023-24 recommended budget changes. Ms. Sutton.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Tonight, I'm presenting the budget recommendations for next school year, so fiscal year 23-24. You have in your binders a copy of the PowerPoint presentation, and it's going to be in the binder behind Budget Recommendation tab, if you want to take a look there. Yes, yes. So if I didn't have your binder, I just placed it at your seat, so, yeah. We will start with revenue updates. As you know, we don't have a state budget as of today, but we do have state planning numbers as far as enrollment projections. So we're building our budget using that enrollment information to calculate our estimated state revenue numbers for next year. The state is estimating New Hanover County Schools to have 25,230 students. That's about, well, actually less than 1% increase compared to the current year funding of 25,085 students. So fairly consistent with this year, with the exception of assuming the state's going to fund raises and benefits that they put into place through their budget. We have enrollment analysis here for you, for your information, over the past 5 years, what that enrollment looks like. So to share with you how this graph is laid out. The blue bars represent enrollment as of the second month of school for each of these years, and the green bar actually shows state enrollment projections. And as we've talked about previously, in the past 2 years, or previous 2 years, you notice that our student projections, green bars that we received from DPI were right much higher than our blue bars, which were actually our student enrollments the second month of school. During these years, the state did provide revenue that they let us take advantage of, even though, I guess, to support school districts. It wasn't just us. Any school district in the state that had student declines in their enrollment, they provided some revenue to help in those situations, thinking that the students would come back after the pandemic. And so we've talked about previously that didn't happen for us. And so this year they actually no longer provided that additional revenue. And so that's where we had the reduction that we've talked about in previous board meetings, where the revenue went down to actually fund the 25,085 students that were here that second month of school.
So, Ashley, can you explain to the board in 22-23 where our actual numbers were 2585 and we were allotted 25,777? What happened to that other, even though we were allotted that money?
So what happened after the second month of school and DPI received our information, they actually took back, we actually had to increase our budget by $4 million using fund balance to offset the reduction in revenue that we received from the state.
So we had to pay it back.
Say again?
So technically we had to pay it back?
Yes, technically we had to pay it back. That's correct. And as you can see here in the graph, where, as I had mentioned in the previous slide, the 25,230 is the projected number from the state for next year. For federal, we also do not have a budget related to those federal funds yet. We do know that we'll have some federal grant carryover, so we are taking that into consideration when building our budget. We're using the same information, and you'll see further in the PowerPoint presentation for raises and benefits. We're using the same rates for all of our employees, even though, you know, employees are funded through different pots of money. At the end of June of this year, we are anticipating to have about $28 million remaining in ESSER 3, and so we will use that as we're budgeting for next year. We've talked about that previously. At the end of June 30th, we are projecting to have a fund balance remaining of this $10.2 million that you can see here. Of that $10.2 million of fund balance, 6.9 approximately will be unassigned, meaning available for use. Through our budget process, or our budget that we're presenting tonight, we are actually reducing the use of fund balance. So in the current year budget, based on what we just talked about, we were using $8 million, and we are adjusting that down to $4 million for next year's budget. If we end up using all of the $4 million that we are including in next year's budget through this recommendation, at the end of June 30th, we'll have approximately $3 million of fund balance or savings left. That's about 35% of 1 month's operating cost in our current expense fund.
So why do we have to right size?
The right size is critical because we've got to make sure that we can actually fund what we have, all the expenses that we're incurring. We wouldn't want to have people come into work and not be able to pay them when it comes time to write payroll. So we've got to make, and we all agree that these are really tough decisions. And, you know, we can make different choices, but in the end, we've got to get to a balanced budget. So you can make different choices on what the reductions are going to be, but we still have to make sure we can afford what we're saying that we're going to pay for.
So if we do nothing, what happens?
If we do nothing, we would end up using another $8 million of fund balance, and more than likely the state would come in and they would start running the school system because they would say we are not fiscally responsible.
Can I ask a question here? Can you talk a little bit about what, Mr. McManus was talking about before about moving from, capital outlay fund to, to be able to fund counselors or whatever?
I'm sorry, repeat that question one more time.
Well, basically, he was talking about the esports. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Esports and taking the money away from esports and then, paying for counselors. Is that at all possible or?
So you are not able, and this is true with most of our funding. We're giving funds in pots of money. And we've talked about it a lot related to state and federal money. We haven't talked about it so much with capital, but capital is another example of we're giving X amount of dollars either through state lottery funding or through our county commissioners. But when they provide that funding is specific for certain purposes, and you have to spend capital outlay money on capital outlay type expenses. And so those would be expenses for repairs and renovations, furniture and equipment, vehicles, or technology equipment. So you have to spend those funds in that area. Once again, I mean, the athletic stipend money, I think it was $28,000. I've got it in here when we get to that screen. That could be used to help in a different area. Once again, you can make different choices, but you still have to get to a balanced budget. So if you decide to fund social workers or guidance, what are you going to not do so you can fund those things? So that's what you will keep coming back to. We can make different decisions, and we're glad to do that, but we have to make choices that get us in the end to a balanced budget.
Ms. Bradford?
Oh, two questions, Ms. Sutton. How solid is the 25,230 ADM state projection? Since they were so high twice before, how solid do you think that is? I know we're close to that now, but.
Yeah, we feel that that's a pretty good number because we always do our own internal projections, and the difference was 30 students. We came up with 25 to 60, and I believe they were 25 to 30.
Okay, second part of that. How practical is it that the county commissioners will open their pocketbook and up our ADM from 34 to a higher number?
I cannot really speak for the county commissioners. I can say that I am not hearing that that's something they're considering.
I agree. I'm not hearing it either.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, Ms. Sutton, if you want to carry on.
I have one, sorry. In this is just our local funding. Does this also include the different grants like the Ready, Set, Go, grant that we just heard about?
It does not. So
it's just local funding.
Yeah, this is just our local budget, but some of this is going to be used for state and federal as well. So, for example, as I was just talking about, the raises and the benefits is going to impact the other budgets as well. But we have flexibility with our local current expense funding, so our local budget, where we don't have as much flexibility with state and federal because of how they allot the different pots of money. They say how you're going to use those different pots.
Any other questions? If not,
McManus.
Did you have a question, sir? Yes.
Do we, in any manner, try to find out why kids are leaving our school system? Obviously, charter schools taking close to, almost $11 million out of our budget.
So I think.
So when you go back and we look at the enrollment analysis, so for 2020, when, of course, that was during the pandemic. So that next year, our kindergartners didn't show up as we thought they were going to show up. People kept them out of school. And so then we started to, this school year, they started to go up a little, but we've just not recaptured that strong group of students. As, again, those high schoolers, when those seniors graduate, if that class is 2,200, meaning all the seniors that are graduating, if we get 1,800 kindergartners in, you've got a 400. So it may not be that they're leaving, we just don't have as many births. There's not as many births at that time. And that is the, I'll use the word, that's the gamble of doing a school budget, because we are actually building a budget off of projections.
I read this, it says traditional charter schools, 2,097 students.
Yeah, so
But
those,
How much we're paying,
and then how many, I think, what is it, 7? I forget
we
how
can
many.
get to that slide.
Yeah.
So we'll, here you go. So this is the next slide. So our county request is to fund 27,500 students, and that includes the charter schools that you just spoke of. These projections that we have here it's going to be about a 3% increase for our student enrollment and about a 4% increase for charter schools. Now, charter schools did see, during the pandemic, they did see an increase if you look at the previous 5 years. And so when we're projecting for charter schools, I don't have the same type information that we have through our student support services data. So all I can do is use the previous 5 years to try to project out for them. So that's how that number came to be. So as you can see here, our county request, based on the 27,500, would amount to a request of them of about 94.2 million. And that is still based on the per pupil funding of 3,434. In a separate request, so we have two requests of the county. One is for our local current expense, which we also refer to as our local funding. And then the second request is the capital outlay request. And so that is one reason we have to submit two separate requests and break it out separately, because for them it's two different funds and two different pots of money with different funding requirements, different criteria for using those funds.
So 2 different checkbooks from the county commissioners, one for our operating and one for our capital outlay. And we can't mix them, even though they come both from the commissioners. And if we make a change, what is it, about 10%, we have to go and ask for approval.
Right.
A change to capital or?
Capital or local.
Or even our current expense, if it goes over, I think for current expense is 25%, a threshold between different purpose functions, then we have to go back to them and request approval. And that wraps up our revenue changes that we're anticipating for next year. And those revenues, as I had talked about before, we're using to build our budget. So looking at what we can afford to fund through our budgeting for anticipated expenses going into next year. The biggest increase we see going into next year is going to be raises and benefits. And normally that is the case. That's going to be your biggest expense that you incur from year to year.
Just so we can just kind of slow drag
yes.
around here. So when we're talking about the 4% increase that the state is giving, so the state gives state employees, we have about 4,000 employees. However, not all of them are funded through state. So we have some that are funded from federal, and we have some that are funded from local. So it's about, I think it was about 700 positions are funded through local. When they give a 4% increase, the state only takes care of sometimes the state, not always. They don't take care of all of them. So we have to make up the difference for our federal employees and our local employees. So when we again don't have as many students and we don't have the funding that we used to have, then we have to tap into another source, which is our savings account. So that's not best practice when you're trying to balance a budget, because you can't continue to do that or we won't be able to make payroll. So when everyone is saying, we need, I agree, we need, but we can't afford. And so you can't live outside of your means because that's bad practice. And what will happen is Ashley and I will be on the news, and I'm not willing to give up my license because of individuals saying they need something when I know I have to sit in the seat and make a hard decision. And I support Ashley, and Ashley and I sit down and we talk, and I will say, well, what about this? And we sit down and we go over it, and this is 4%. And we know that it's going to be several $1,000,000 for 4%. So we have to build that into the budget. If they come back and they say, well, we want to do 7%, we're going to have to sit down and we're going to have to take a deep breath, and we've got to find out where to find that other $3+ million for 7%. Please don't take fun about it. Yeah. So those are things that we have to do in order to bring to you a balanced budget, because if we're doing it based on 4%, but if they say 5%, the budget is no longer balanced. So we have to go back in and fix it. And so those are the things that we have to consider. And we, again, want to be able to fund everything, but you can't. You just can't. Not and be fiscally responsible, which is what Ashley's job is solely based on, and my job is based on being fiscally responsible. And I refuse for us to run it down in the hole. We just can't. That would be the worst ever. Okay, so sorry.
So I'll just add that the increase in benefits, and you do see there are large increases that I'm projecting here. And so when the state comes back, their budget, the final budget approved, may be less than this, but this was just an estimate based on the previous 5 years, because we've seen a constant increase in both those, and for health insurance and for retirement. So this actually, the amount that we have budgeted here for salaries and benefits is around $11 million increase. And now that also includes, in addition to the raises and the benefits you see here, also, we have our local supplement scale. It includes moving our certified staff to the next experience level on the local supplement scale as well. The mandatory increases that are included in this budget are the payments we talked about for charter schools. So we receive funding from the county to help pay for those charter school payments, but we of course can't keep that money. We have to write the charter schools a check based on their enrollment and provide that funding to them. We know that this year and going into next year, we had rate increases for insurance and for utilities, so we built in those increases to this budget. And we also had some continuation of programs and services, some increases there that we wanted to account for in this budget so we could continue these programs and to continue having this software. So this included in the budget as well. During the budget process, we reviewed all of our local allocation formulas, and we have listed here, and there's several slides we'll go through some of the changes that we've made to those local funding formulas to get us closer aligned to the state funding formulas in these different areas. We've got reductions in our allocations for assistant principals. We're reducing a pre-K director in that area as well, along with the 2 assistant principals. We're going to have ISS teacher assistants going forward instead of ISS teachers. We're no longer going to have an allocation for graduation coaches. Our current guidance counselors will be assisting to provide that support. And then, of course, our smaller elementary schools are going to be sharing art and music teachers. Yes.
Reducing 2 pre-K directors to 1, which one of our pre-Ks do we know is going to, is there going to be a director that's shared between 2 pre-Ks?
Yes. Yeah.
And, okay.
So there's only one. There'll be one left, and that one will share between the pre-Ks, and we also have an executive director for pre-K.
Ms. Bradford?
I thought we had 3 pre-Ks.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. That is supposed to read assistant principal, it's not supposed to read pre-K director.
Reduced from 2, okay.
There will still be the same 3 pre-K programs and 3 directors for those 3 pre-Ks. It's the assistant principal that's going to be removed.
The assistant principal for pre-K?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
So line number 2 is telling us that we're reducing 2 APs at our pre-Ks? No.
I'm sorry for the confusion. Right now, we currently have 1 AP that shares with 2 different pre-K centers. That person will be matriculating up into our elementary school, so there won't be an assistant principal for pre-K anymore.
So it's just the director?
Just the directors, correct.
Gotcha, thank you.
Sorry about the confusion.
Thank you, Chris. I
Bradford?
appreciate it.
Ms. Sutton, would you go back, this local allotment formula changes, did you say this is matching what the state says we should have?
Oh, no, we are still in a Cadillac.
So we're nowhere near what the state says?
They're in a Pinto.
The state's in a Pinto and we're
Yes.
still in a Cadillac?
Yes, because
Okay,
we wouldn't
just wanted
have-
clarity, thank you.
We wouldn't have hardly, I don't think, how many APs would we have at the elementary level if we did the state?
Currently, and just going to give you just the broad strokes, they will provide 1 month of an assistant principal from the state for every 98 children there are in the building, which means that an elementary school wouldn't have an assistant principal unless they had 980 kids.
980.
It would mean our high schools would have 2. Our middle schools may have 1. So the formula is very anemic.
So we make up the difference in that in local funds, right?
Correct.
Anybody else? Ms. Sutton?
We will be increasing the ratio of teacher to students when we are allocating using our local formula by 1 student, as you can see here, going for each of these grades. So it's 6th grade through 12th grade. We're also going to have an adjustment to the teacher assistant student ratios. Here you're going to notice an increase in the number of students that when we're doing the allocation for kindergarten, it was based on classes of 18, and now we're going to change that to classes of 21. And then 1st grade is changing from 16 to 21. And these changes, let me go back. This teacher ratio changes, these are the state allocation formulas. And then the same with the teacher assistants. These are the state allocation formulas that we are adjusting to.
And we'll be sharing with the principals tomorrow about the ratio, and that we will, from the district office, be monitoring this. We can take a harder approach to look to see, to make sure. And so, for instance, like at your high schools, when a class has 12 students in it versus, say, 20, 29, those 15 kids or so are somewhere in someone else's class. So we've got to make sure that they understand that you can't have 34 kids in a class when you have a class with 12 or 10 or 5. You've got to do something more creative. So we'll be monitoring that through Power School and having executive directors sit down with principals. Of course, prior to being a superintendent, I had the title of master scheduler. No one's ever asked me to help them schedule, although I can do it. But I'll be helping them schedule this time. And so I'll share that with them tomorrow. I'll see how many takers I have on it.
So, to that point, does that equate to if let's just say a course has only 12 people in it and we needed to have 28, then that course wouldn't go and those kids would have to be rescheduled into something else?
Well, typically what happens you'll find those in your AP courses. And sometimes we have honors courses, which if you look at our curriculum, a regular grade level course and an honors course, I'm still trying to figure out what the difference is, because it's just by name. And so I'm wanting to find out then why is your honors class smaller than your regular class? Because technically you want to have more in your honors class in your regular class. If that's the class that has more of your struggling students, you want to put the more of your advanced students in the higher classes because it's just that's how it's done. So we'll be talking about those makeups of those classes. But we've pulled some of that data, and we will be talking with those principals, actually showing those principals of some of their audits that we found.
And just a question, basically, these numbers do not reflect like title, if a teacher, I assume a school wants to pay for an additional teacher to lower numbers because with Title I funds or other funds.
Right. This is straight based on state funding. So any additional funding they receive on top of that, they would have flexibility to use that how they see fit.
Because they can use that to do something totally different with that. Right.
Okay. So these are the next slide shows the changes for second grade and third grade. Once again, we're increasing the number of students in that calculation from 17 to 21 students. The next adjustment we've made to our local allotment formulas is we will no longer allocate funding for interventionist specialists, and we're also adjusting the guidance counselor formula, so there will be 1 per elementary school and 2 per middle school, with any additional allotments would be based on identified risk.
And that's what she said.
We required this year for our...
So before you go, can
Yes.
you explain what it means by it says based on identified risk?
So I'm going to kick that one over to Julie as far as based on identified risk. Any additional positions that we have available for guidance counselors, I believe you have.
We do have a rubric that we use for additional needs. It includes the number of students with McKinney-Vento status. It can include the number of students that have disability services or special education services, and it also does include priority recognition for the school, such as other risk factors. I can share that in the memo if that's of interest.
Next, we have our division reductions. We required each division to submit a 10% reduction in their areas. I did want to point out, though, as part of the calculation when we were determining the 10% reduction, there were certain things that we did not include in that number. One of those things, of course, is going to be salaries and benefits. So these are non-salary things that we were looking at making reductions for the 10%. We also did not include anything related to local supplements. Our SRO contract, nursing contract, we didn't look at anything for school allocations. We kept those the same. We also kept the same allocations for our school athletic allocations, pre-K, and then we didn't make adjustments related to utilities or insurance or the charter school payments that were required. So those are some of the things when we were determining for each division what they could cut. We did have boundaries where they couldn't reduce in these areas. So that's how we came up with the different amounts of the 10% for each division.
And these did not touch the schools?
Correct.
These were straight from their
Yes,
budgets.
these budgets that we're talking about are from the central office. They're not allocated to the schools. But even though these budgets are central office budgets, a lot of these things are still in the division budgets, but because they were going to support the schools, we didn't include those in the reduction.
Great, Bill.
So the athletic stipends that we just I think that we looked at the last meeting. Those are included in here, like, because we did do increases to make sure that everybody was equal.
Yeah, so we will have, in the expansion piece of the presentation towards the end,
Okay.
I'll actually have a slide that shows the percent increases. And so here, we're just showing the different areas that made up the $970,000 reduction for the divisions. We've talked about the federal grants ending, and as a result of the federal grants ending and preparing for that, we do have in this budget a reduction of non-classroom instructional support positions. That is about 4.1 million. And then in addition to that, technical and administrative support positions of about 382,000. Expansion items that we've included in the budget amount to approximately $88,000. And one of these items is for career technical education student supplies. There are some supplies that are not allowable with federal funds. So we wanted to pick those things up here. So for example, things like slip-resistant shoes for our nurses, Gatorade for our students participating in the fire program. So these were some of the supplies that were being requested. We also have a vacancy in a technology project manager position, and we are wanting to use those funds from that position, not fill that position, and move lead media coordinator into that position. The lead media coordinator is currently funded with ESSER 2 funds, and this would allow us to keep that position, but there is, that position actually costs about $12,600 more than the project manager, so we did need a slight increase there. We have in the budget the esports membership, so if we were going to transition that esports club into a sport, one of the things we would need to do is to pay for this membership. Now, the $12,000 membership that's shown here is actually for a full year. When we went back and evaluated this, we determined that we could, we decided to make this a fall sport, so it wouldn't be a year-long sport, so that it would just be taking place over 4 months. And so because of that change, the membership actually went down to $6,400, so it's less, about half of what you see here. In the budget, we also have funds to increase the athletic stipends that we're providing. It was a 4% increase for most positions. There are a couple of things that are different in the schedule, and we'll talk about that as we go through the schedule. So here's our current schedule, and I've added the new monthly amounts to the schedule for your information. As you can see, comparing the current month and the current monthly amount and the new monthly amount, it's an increase for most of these stipends of the 4%. The athletic coordinator's stipend went up from $140 a month to $280, which is almost a 50%, over 50% increase, but that was based on, after evaluating the duties, the things that those individuals were responsible for, we felt like that increase was needed for that area. We did not provide an increase to the cheerleading because we just brought that sport on a couple of years ago and we didn't feel like that needed to be adjusted at this time. So those are the changes to the middle schools. Next, you see the high school athletic stipend schedule, and as you can see here, once again, the 4% increase in the different areas. We also, at the bottom, you see we've added the esports, so that's new, so that's why you don't see anything in the current month column. We also, let's see. think that's the only change there. I thought I had missed something.
The girls swim coach.
So we got several sports here. So the girls swim coach, we'll see on another slide a little bit further along. So here, once again, these coaches are getting the 4% increase. All of those are set there. And then here is where you see the addition of this girls swim coach stipend. This was the only high school sport that didn't have a separate swim girls stipend, and so that was added through the budget process. I will mention, because the question came up in our board budget work session, the question was asked about the different amounts for the different coaches, why they weren't all the same. And so after talking to Mr. Lewis, he explained that the differences were based on the length of the season and how many, in a week, how many games were being played. And so that's why you have some variance between the different head coach amounts in the different sports.
There's no consideration, understandably maybe, but if they go to the playoffs and then they another month or
we do not have anything built into our stipend schedules to pay additional funds if they make it to the playoffs.
Question, so is track is considered boys and girls, or cross-country is considered boys, like on one page, in middle school, it's got cross-country, boys and girls, that's just one team?
Yep, so middle schools, cross-country, this one head coach coaches both boys and girls.
Okay, and then moving on to high school, on the first page, when you come down, there's a line, basketball with nobody next to it. What is that? It says, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down. Basketball assistant, and then basketball, playing.
I think that's an error where we had, is that where we had JV and we consolidated?
No, that would just need to be basketball assistant.
Did-
It's basketball and basketball assistant, because then you would have an assistant for boys and assistant for girls, JV for boys and girls, and then head for boys and girls. So assistant was just left off.
Okay.
Okay.
And I asked this question last time, and I'm sure we got an answer at it, but I've forgotten it. So basketball is head 875, but like baseball, for instance, is only 688. Why would that be? Because, baseball, I know, I was a baseball coach. We have to take care of fields, you got line fields. Basketball, you show up and, that's a very important job.
Yeah, so I think it was based on the, when practice started, like when they started practicing, how many months they had games.
Doesn't it say? It doesn't say, right? It says 4 months, and basketball is 4 months.
Answer that question.
It's only paid for 4 months, but basketball season is like the longest season that we have.
from November to
Halloween, and then every team plays in the conference tournament, so that didn't even start until the week of Valentine's. That was the 13th to the 17th.
Okay.
So it's just the link. The High School Association basketball is just such a long season. But I will say what we were able to work on. The baseball, soccer, lacrosse, those stipends were quite a bit less than the basketball, so she was able to work, and Dr. Fauci was able to get them closer to the basketball. But basketball is the longest season that we have.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And if that's it for those questions, that wraps up our local current expense budget recommendation. And next, we have our county capital outlay request to the county. I wanted to share more details related to the capital county capital outlay request because this changed from when we met last time. So when we had our capital outlay committee meeting, we had our blue line, and that's where we stopped based on our normally what is funded by the county. So they normally fund us around $3.7 million. The past couple of years, they've given us an extra million on top of that for safety and security, and we've been doing phase 1 and phase 2 of that True North logic assessment, being able to do those security vestibules of what we've been working on. So we were using the same logic when we met before with that committee. Since then, we've decided to increase our request to the county, and the increase is going to be $9.9 million, almost $10 million. And I wanted to go through and show you what the changes are. So a lot of these things were included on the previous request, but we've added some things to the request. So one of the things that we've added is safety and security repeaters for the SRO radios. And so that's $428,000 has been added. We had our, the next 2 projects on the previous request. We've added the Porter's Neck Elementary School modular classroom building. That's going to provide 4 additional classrooms. The district-wide facility needs assessment was also added there, you see, for $500,000. A commercial culinary arts classroom at New Hanover High School has been added. Artificial turf at Laney High School. We're actually wanting to have that at all of our traditional high schools. We would start with Laney and we'd phase this in over, 3 traditional high schools. And we would phase that in over a 3-year period. We are looking at the New Hanover High School broadened classroom, some structural repairs, improved roof and site drainage, along with some exterior repair and waterproofing, all at, those are all at New Hanover High School. I will say there's an error in the slide, and I made a note on your PowerPoint presentation. That should not be $1.2 million for the last item there. It should be $470,000, so I apologize for that error. Yes.
The project that Eddie talked to us about earlier about doing the school zone markings, is that included in here? Is that a capital request or is that operating expense?
That's included in the capital request.
So where would we see that? Is it just farther down the list?
This is a supplemental request above and beyond our capital, normal annual capital.
Okay.
So this would be a one-time appropriation for these specific projects. If approved, then it would allow us to go further down our annual capital list, and that would be funded.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We didn't have any changes in the next couple of slides related to capital outlay. These are the same items that we shared previously related to technology, and then the same items we shared previously for furniture and equipment, as you can see here. We were able to use lottery funds to pick up these 3 projects, so this would be outside of the county request. This would be a request through lottery funds. And that is it for the budget recommendation for next school year. I'll be glad to answer any additional questions.
Any questions from board members? Ms. Barnhart?
Okay, I have one just clarifying question, because me and Mr. McManus were discussing this earlier. So from what Eddie just said, in this whole request for the capital outlay, this is a one-time, we are asking the county commissioners for an additional $10 million for all of these. So we are asking additional money to make these things happen. So this is not like, okay. Because that was one of the things that when we were brainstorming of if this has to be in the budget, but this is a one-time request that we are asking for above and beyond, and esports is included in it. So the county hasn't confirmed or denied this, but this is in the request.
Right, so I'm providing this information tonight for you for information, and I will actually bring it back in May for approval, and once the board approves the county request, I'll submit that, and June normally is when we would hear back from the county of what they are actually going to fund.
Anybody else? Yes, Ms. Crable.
Is the capital outlay monies that we're looking at, is that for projects to be completed within 1 year or completed within 2 years?
Well, we haven't heard back. I mean, individually, all of those projects could be done in a year. We don't know at this point whether the county will fund all of it, none of it, part of it. You know, until we have a commitment of funding from the county, then, yeah, I can't answer that question.
Ms. Bradford?
Listening to the county's budget meetings, the county manager was pretty strong on saying if they can't complete these requests that they will bring us, whatever they're going to be, in 1 year, then we should not fund them for any more than that 1 year. So if you go back and listen to that part, he was really rallying the troops on that point. So,
well, and I would agree. I don't think that, none of us anticipated that the county was going to give us $10 million this year. But I think if the county committed to $10 million over the next 2 years, and then we could work with them on where to break that so that we are completing projects this year and then next year with the additional funding.
Anybody else? No? Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Don't go anywhere though, because you're up next. Resolution to opposition of HB 219, Charter School Omnibus.
So hold on just a second. So I provided in your packet a resolution that I would like for the board to consider approving and signing. This is related to House Bill 219 that shifts more public school funding over to charter schools. So currently, the system requires us to share our revenue that we receive from the county and fines and forfeitures with our charter schools based on their student enrollment that we've talked about previously. This new bill is going to require additional funding that they're currently revenue funding that they don't have access to us to share those funds. Really related to program-specific funding that we receive. And so some of the examples, and you see it in the resolution there, but and I won't read all of that, but some of the examples of funding that we would have to share would be donations. So if we receive donations from the community, we would have to give the charter schools part of that donation. If
That's the 25,000 from Hendrick.
Yes, yes, so that's a very good example. So charter schools, based on their current enrollment, would get 7% of that 25,000. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is normally when people donate money, they have a specific reason that they're donating the money, and they expect their whole 25,000 to go towards what they're giving the money for. But if this goes into place, we would be required to give charter schools their 7%. So we would have to find that 7% from somewhere else to be able to pay them that money. And that's a small donation. Think about pre-K. So we get Head Start federal pre-K money. We get local pre-K money from the county commissioners. And right now, because that revenue we receive is for a specific purpose, for specific kids that we serve, we're not required to share that money with the charter schools. This bill would require us to share that money. Head Start is not going to let us take their money and give it to charter schools. So we would have to find funding from somewhere else within our budget to provide that funding to the charter schools to be in compliance with this bill. The other big thing to me in this bill is fund balance. We will be required to share our fund balance appropriations. So think about whenever we receive money from the county right now, I give the charter schools their 7%. This bill would require us, if we don't use all of our money and we have savings at the end of the year, it goes into fund balance, which is, for example, like a savings account for us. Whenever we decided to use that savings that we set aside for ourselves, we would have to give the charter school 7% of that too. So they got it on the initial revenue, and they would get it again on the appropriation of our savings when we use that in our budget. So those are the big areas that cause me some concern with this House bill. And so I just bring this to you for consideration to sign off on the resolution so that we can submit that to the state, showing our opposition to this bill as a board.
Board members, do we have any questions? Ms. Crable?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out too that under the pre-K classrooms section, where it said that charter schools can apply for the funds directly and they don't have to share with us. So it's just, they just got their hand out and they need to close.
Barnhart?
I definitely see the concern, and I would like to see, I'm hesitant to sign an opposition because what I like to do is I like to say this is what we want to see. So I definitely have, when I've had conversations, like see it separate entirely versus us be like the middleman funding. That's just my personal difference of, but I'm hesitant signing an opposition of this, we're going to oppose people who are the people making decisions that we get funding to. So that's my only hesitation, but I think we should definitely have a consensus that we're advocating for support for public and separation of what?
Sorry, thank you. No, I was just, I am in full support of this because one right here, they don't have to do the same for us. So, and we know that we provide services they don't have to provide. And I just don't, this is more of just taking money from the larger system to give to charter schools when it's not reciprocal. And I just don't, I don't care who's sponsoring this bill. I would never be supportive of taking funds from public schools. It's just wrong. It's completely wrong. So.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Bradford?
I just wanted to add in there, we've already written a resolution in opposition to our legislators when we did the calendar, that we're saying we don't like your calendar law and we're in opposition to it. So that's.
Actually. Ms. Bradford?
And actually, I agree 100%. I'm against all those things. But I kind of feel like Ms. Barnhart, are there other counties that are doing this? What we did with the resolution, we kind of got in line with some others, so we had some clout. We can take a delegation to Raleigh and talk one-on-one about this. Do you know where it is? Is it stuck in a committee now? Because a lot of these things get changed enormous amount over the time they stay in committees, and they never come out of committee unless they have enough votes. But I can't imagine any county in North Carolina would be in favor of these charter school measures. They're just gutting us. So is the resolution the best way to attack this thing is what I'm asking you.
I'll leave that up to the board.
Ms. Craybill?
So at the spring law conference, this was a topic of discussion, and the NCSBA took a hard stance on that they think we should be in opposition to this. And I'm happy to share those, the notes from that topic.
Mr. McManus?
Ms. Barnhart, you and Ms. Bradford are our legislative reps, right?
And Ms. Walker? Well, so you would like us to,
I'll,
yes, ma'am?
one more. So the difference to me when I'm reading this is an active bill versus the calendar was a resolution that we came to saying this is something we want to advocate for. So this, I would like, if we wanted to come back to say, to have a consensus resolution of we're going to actively say, instead of us being the middleman, you're directly fund charter, directly fund us. Like, don't make it, I would be in support of that. And I have had actually that exact discussion of saying, this is a concern. This is why it's a concern.
Well, I call the question. Thank you.
So,
We had that, the four of us had that conversation with one of our local representatives on Wednesday when we were there.
So let's sign.
Well,
But you didn't want to sign the.
No, that was separating out charter from, so that we get out, our pot of money's our pot and their pot's their pot. I can advocate all day long for that.
But does their pot come from us to make their own pot? I mean, their pot is part of our money.
why don't we go ahead and call the question? So first off, would somebody like to make a motion? We don't have a motion yet, so Ms. Craybill.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this resolution as presented by Ms. Sutton.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second.
Second.
Ms. Walker seconds. We've discussed it. Any other further discussion? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Barnhart?
no.
So it passes 1, 2, 3, 4. It passes 4-3, so we will sign it. Okay. Carrying on. Finance Committee update.
I lost it. There it is. We had the inaugural
Thank you, Ms. Sutton, I'm
meeting.
sorry.
Thank you. We had the inaugural meeting of the Finance Committee, which was created by the old board, and we didn't have a whole lot of direction, but Ms. Walker found some. The members from your board are Mr. McManus, Ms. Walker, and myself, and we had, I believe our meeting was a great success. We got a super understanding of everything except salaries that were going to be in the budget so that we're not all confused. We separated those out and we looked at everything that was being spent except for salaries in that meeting. Dr. Faison and Dr. Faust unveiled their plan to tutor fourth graders in math at our two lowest performing schools. In those meetings we had those couple of days, we said, hey, let's have a field trip. Let's go to Raleigh. And no one was excluded. Everyone could have come. But four of us ended up going. We had the opportunity, Dr. Faust presented that to a number of either representatives or senators, and we got very favorable remarks on it. It was a hugely successful day, and it all started in the Finance Committee. We don't have another one planned. We're going to see what happens after the budget cycle, and we discovered that, Ms. Walker, you may have to help me out, we needed to add some members out of the community, and so that's something that we have to do next time we meet.
Yeah, the email I'm reading that I sent to I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
It basically talks, in our policy, it talks about the Finance Committee, and it talks about a representative from each school level, elementary, middle, and high, and I think the superintendent maybe advised us that it would be better with different members. Dr. Faust? Yeah. You want to elaborate on that, or is that something we need to send back to policy?
Yeah.
We would need to change policy for that?
It's in our policy.
It's in our
Okay,
policy.
all right. So can we get that on policy?
It's 22:30.
Ms. Craybill.
So just to offer some, this was proposed, this Finance Committee was actually proposed by me based on some conversations that I had had at some NCSBA conferences. And working with Ms. Sutton, and the wording was put together based on that. And it was meant to replace the Budget Committee, which is just all of us sitting down and talking about the budget. So why would we have a committee when we're all going to meet anyway? So that's where that came from. And it does say in there that on who the membership is supposed to be. So maybe they just didn't get invited to the first meeting, but it clearly lays out what our policy says about the membership is 2 board members, the chief financial officer, 3 individuals from the senior leadership team, and a representative from each school level, elementary, middle, and high. So that was the purpose of the finance committee, and basically for the 3 board members to learn more about, and then to sort of be like the whip, tell the rest of us what's going on, and ahead of time, so that when we have budget discussions and to kind of give more feedback on a regular basis. So that was what the intent was.
Very much. Ms. Walker?
So I'm kind of taking the lead from the superintendent here on this. Like when we had our finance committee meeting, I read this out loud and we didn't have those people on here, and it was our first meeting. So, I guess, can we just talk about it at policy? Maybe the superintendent can help figure out who else should be on there. I didn't form this policy.
What do you want to talk about, like taking people off? Adding more people?
Yeah, adding.
So I guess I'm confused that we just didn't have the right membership at the first meeting because we didn't know who to invite? Is that what the issue is?
We did not have someone from each level, elementary, middle, and high.
Okay, so we just didn't invite them, we forgot.
No, we didn't forget. We actually didn't read the policy to know that they needed to be on it because nobody could tell us exactly what the finance committee was going to do. So we were just feeling our way in the dark, and it was hugely successful, and I'm quite proud
I know,
of
I
that
watched.
Okay. We're going to carry on, if you don't mind, at this point, with the Head Start report. Ms. Barnhart?
So this is the Head Start March report. Looking at some of the things I know, since we just had our meeting earlier for training, the attendance was really important. So we're at an 85% daily attendance, which is wonderful. And tomorrow we're actually meeting to discuss with the Policy Council, and we'll be sharing the results of the audit. And so I'll be sharing that with you in the next board report. But any questions that you guys have with?
If not, we will carry on with the Legislative Committee. I believe that's also you.
It is, and I apologize. So the legislative, we had our first meeting and we reviewed the calendar resolution that the board adopt and acknowledge where some of our reps actually took that up to create a House bill, and that has passed through the House and it's in the Senate for support or death, depending on what happens. But we discussed that the committee would be the responsible party for creating resolutions, discuss the opportunity for having remote learning days, and the large focus of discussion, just because I think there's a lot of excitement, was supporting our priority schools. Because while funding we know is necessary, we had the most amount of funding, and we now have 30% of our district is priority. And so with that being said, we have to look at what we're doing and reevaluate and refocus so that we have a plan to promote academic growth. And so when I was discussing creating an agenda, what I had asked Dr. Faust and the team, I said, if there was money, how would you target intervention so that we don't have any priority schools in our district? And so with that, they took the ground running and shared some ideas that we could advocate for funding, with touch points of what that would look like. And how it would be used versus it just being a hypothetical situation. Of course, nobody wants any failing schools. Nobody wants underperformance of students. And so we discussed that. And with that, we kind of ran short on time, but we were going to discuss legislation, which has caused lots of discussion with the Parents' Bill of Rights. And so we kind of went through some talking points of concerns and areas of interest for that, as well as moving forward the district priorities for this committee. Some of the things that we discussed was to have a roundtable discussion with our central office, as well as to discuss the results of our surveys, from the teacher satisfaction surveys of the different things that we can do and the priorities that we can have with our strategic plan about areas of interest that we have to advocate for, as well as expand that to a southeastern regional with some of our surrounding superintendents, and if there is legislative committees on other boards, great, or board chair, that we can come collectively sit down to discuss some of the commonalities of intersection of support that we would like to see changed. I know there's been a lot of discussions with allotment formulas being messed up, for lack of a better word, and so really to have some consensus of what that looks like to rebuild, to advocate for, again, with the plan. And then as we move forward, to have a legislative lunch with a legislative agenda of different things that we are supporting and advocating for. So that's kind of the recap.
Question? Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, so I attended that meeting. It was a great meeting. There was a lot of information that was shared. One of the things I wanted to just add, like, so the whole board could hear before your next meeting, is that it was the intent of this board when we wrote this policy that the legislative committee would bring to the board issues that we needed to, like, Pat's got her binder and all the different, she's on a listserv to get, all the updates and things. And it was not that was not supposed to be a place, and maybe I'm wrong, you guys can jump in, McManus and Walker and Wildeboer, that it was not to be a place for the legislative committee to bring to the school system ideas. It was the other way around. So I just wanted to make sure that when we go to Raleigh, to talk to our legislators, on both sides of the aisle, that the whole board, has a chance to weigh in on that the the legislative committee is not allowed to take action without the whole board. So that, I brought that up at the meeting as well. So I just wanted the rest of the board to, have that information and perhaps weigh in.
Anyone wanting to weigh in?
They were talking, so they didn't hear me.
To that acknowledgement, I just want to say
You want me
that
to confess what I'm doing?
No,
No, please don't.
We'll have a professional
the
later.
question became, it was asking of staff to say, what does it look like? So this was not a, Josie directive of this is what we're going to do. I said, we have 30% of our schools underperforming. What if we had a plan, what would that look like? And so that's where the conversation became, and we don't have the money to fulfill it. And so then it started saying, well, how can we do this? What does it look like? And the more information that we have, and I had planned a trip to go up to Raleigh on the 29th because that fit my personal schedule. And then some others said they wanted to join, and it ended up Dr. Faust was able to explain himself and say, this is the plan, this is how we're going to get there. And when we get there, we want to be the district that leads other districts to turn around so that there's no other. And it was great because I didn't have to do any explaining of anything. But yeah.
So I just want to say, I did all the asking. The legislative team did not do any asking other than just cordial conversations.
And that was very, very good.
Let me just say,
Yes, ma'am.
he did a lot of asking. He's got good stuff to bring back from that day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ms.
I
Walker?
mean, I was paying attention when we were just, anyway, I was just, the legislative committee was in Stephanie Adams bring, and I think this was our first meeting, and hopefully going forward, reason we made it bipartisan is because we have leaders from both sides of the aisle that do serve here locally and state. And so if we're making trips like this, I think we need to be more, informative to everyone that maybe can go. I was never invited, and that's fine. I don't have to go to everything, and it's okay. I have conversations as well. But I think going forward, I think it's a good idea to give updates from legislative on what our bills are. And I think we've just had our first meeting. Let's just look at what we did, what we can do better, and then maybe, it can be what it's supposed to be. I think, I haven't read the description, but I definitely think it was needed when we approved it. So anything we can do to get more money for our schools, I think is great, and I'm on board with that.
Bedford?
We didn't exclude anyone, and we didn't actually go as the legislative committee. The chairman went. We went as board members, and it was spontaneous. It's just one of those things.
No,
It
you announced
wasn't
it at the
pre-planned.
legislative committee, so.
No, actually, Mr.
did.
Wildebohr is not on the legislative committee. He was.
You announced it at the committee.
And we'll carry on now with Ms. Mason. She's going to share with us about the AIG committee, please.
I'm going to do both of them
Oh,
right
go
in a
ahead,
row,
go for
if
it.
that's all right.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep it short because it is late. I had an amazing opportunity to go to the Gifted Advisory Committee meeting back in March. We're in April now, jeepers. And I learned about some of their site visits that they've gotten to do. The most recent one that they had gone on was to Alderman Elementary, and it was overall a positive experience, but some of the frustrations that they had were that the space at that particular site was very small, was very distracting. And so that was one of the concerns that they brought forward. But the kids at the visit, they said, were amazing. They said that the AIG classroom has allowed them the opportunity to grow and explore interests, which is great to hear. Their most recent site visit was on the principal, when I was a principal for a day. So I wasn't able to attend the second site visit on the 22nd. They went to New Hanover High School. One of the comments was that the students have to be advocates for themselves. So I'm guessing that not having spoken with them, I don't want to make any assumptions. Some students felt prepared, some do not. But I think that the more that we discuss it, we'll find more about at our next meeting for the site visit. For the Advisory Council for Exceptional Students, that was also a phenomenal meeting. We have some great work happening there. They're really trying to make resources available for parents who are just finding out their kids have these diagnoses, kids that have IEPs, and really just providing them with the resources and the contact people to go to, because it's a lot to handle when you first get that. But the important thing that I wanted to share with everyone is that the New Hanover County School Board Advisory Council for Exceptional Students, in partnership with the New Hanover County Schools Representation, will host an online parent forum the evening of May 18th to discuss important topics related to special education in our district. This forum will be an opportunity for parents to learn more about specific topics as well as share their feedback. So I think that that's a great opportunity. I hate that this is so late, and I'm hopeful that people will see that, because I think it's going to be a good resource for our parents.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any correspondence? Nope. Okay. We're going to carry on with announcements. We do have one additional one that isn't here, but the Policy Committee will meet on Tuesday, April 18th, 10 a.m. at the Board of Education, 1805 South 13th Street. General public will have an option to view remotely on NHCS TV, YouTube. Also on that day, we will have our town hall meeting. So that'll be on the Tuesday, April 18th. And then the May regular board meeting will be held on Tuesday, May 2nd, 5 p.m., Board of Education Center, 1805 South 13th Street. The general public will have option to review. And just when you thought we were done, we're not. We have a closed session, so I'm calling for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318, 11A1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters and maintain the confidentiality of personal records under North Carolina General Statute 115C-319 through 321 to prevent the disclosure of student education records and personally identifiable information rendered confidential under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C. 132.123.2G, and to consult with the board's attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege. Do I hear a motion? Please, somebody. Ms. Mason, thank you.
Make that motion.
And I'll second that. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes 7-0. We are in closed session.
I forgot.
Pam, how many votes did you say you got? 165,000. According to the statistics I just pulled up, you got 44,916. There it is right there, down to the county bailey. You end up being Veronica by 2,000 votes. 65,000.
Entertain.
Move to adjourn.
Last bit of information we have is to adjournment. Mr. Bradford has made a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. Barnhart, second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?